Vice Mayor?
I'm good.
Are you ready?
Rock and roll.
Favorite one? How are you feeling?
Oh, this is.
You got it?
I'm good.
Give you a few more seconds. Here we go. Commissioner Finkelday, you okay over there? You ready?
I'm ready to go, Mayor.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We won't give our regular announcements right away because we have an executive session slated. So if anyone would like to make a motion about that, when we return, we will give our regular announcements for everyone so that they understand what we're doing.
Yeah, I'll make that. I move to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding state statutes pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room after the executive session is concluded at approximately 6 p.m.
Second. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We will, everyone recess now until, would you say 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
All right, everyone, continue talking amongst yourselves and be neighborly. We'll be back.
I can get it for you.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome again to the Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We have nothing to report. At this time, I will have Porter Arneal explain some of our what we do here.
I'm just going to talk a little. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to talk a little bit about housekeeping for the Zoom meeting tonight. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on the screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Excuse me. City reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Thank you very much. In addition to those announcements, Sherry will explain how public comment works.
When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered, and we encourage you to use this feature to ensure your comments are heard. Please remember to state your name before speaking. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Now we will move on to approving the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any requests to reorder the agenda or any motions?
Move to approve the agenda.
A second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
I don't see Commissioner Finkeldye right now. I want to make sure he's on. But either way, that passes 4-0. We'll maybe wait for him to come on.
Hang on, people got bumped out apparently.
Yeah. Welcome, Commissioner.
I was trying to get in.
Unless you object, we've approved the agenda. Are you okay with the order of the agenda? That passes 5-0. Let's move on to recognitions and proclamations. We have a Pride proclamation for this month. I don't know if Miss Amanda Love and or Fally would like to speak first, or they would like to make for me to make the proclamation first, but you're welcome to come forward.
Do the proclamation, and then they'll have statements from Miss Amanda Love and from you.
Oh, excellent. I'm sorry. Hi. Okay, let's do that. Whereas the month of June is designated as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and it commemorates the Stonewall Rebellion that occurred during the weekend of June 27th to 29th, 1969 in New York City, New York, that gave birth to the modern lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender civil rights movement. The month of June also marks a time when all those committed to justice and equality celebrate the notable achievements and outstanding service that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and other LGBTQ plus Americans make to our city, state, and nation. And whereas LGBTQ plus Pride is defined as positive stance against discrimination and violence towards lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and others to promote their self-affirmation, dignity, equality, rights, and increase their visibility as a social group, build community, and celebrate sexual diversity and gender variance. And whereas individually and collectively, members of Lawrence and Douglas County's LGBTQ plus community contribute greatly to neighborhood revitalization, economic vitality, arts and culture, and the social fabric of our city, county, state, and country. And whereas Lawrence and Douglas County prides itself on its inclusiveness as one of the first counties in the region to have a domestic partnership registry and protects its residents from discrimination and harassment based on actual or perceived race, color, sex, religion, disability, age, marital status, place of birth, families with children, sexual orientation, or national origin. And we are committed to continued social progress and the cause of human rights, celebrating the great diversity of our community. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 2022 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month and urge all citizens to join in ending prejudice everywhere it may exist, respect the rights of all people, and celebrate the diversity and richness of our city and county.
Yes.
You got it.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, friends, and family. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived of liberty and dedicate. This is the wrong speech. I apologize. I'm sorry. That was my bad. No. Greetings, everyone. My name is Miss Amanda Love. I have lived in the state of Kansas my entire life and in Lawrence since 2008. And I take it as a great honor to stand before you and accept this proclamation for the month of June to be Pride Month in this city. Pride isn't just a big party one weekend a year. It is a celebration of the accomplishments and recognitions we have made to earn our equal civil rights as LGBTQIA plus individuals across this country, but to also remind us we have a long way to go. It's also time to reflect on our history and the stances taken on June 28th, 1969 at a small hole-in-the-wall bar in New York City. The Stonewall riots were a series of spontaneous protests as members of the LGBTQIA plus community in response to a police raid that began in the early morning hours at the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. Patrons of the Stonewall, other village lesbian and gay bars, and neighborhood street people fought back when the police became violent. The riots are widely considered the watershed event that transformed the gay liberation movement and the 20th century fight for LGBTQIA plus rights in the United States. Legendary figures such as trans women of color Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, as well as lesbian Storme Della Valle, stood up against police and encouraged the ever-growing crowd to fight back. The pushback lasted another 5 days and laid the pavement for gay liberation everywhere. Soon after, Gay Liberation Front was founded and continued to push for equality while multiple chapters were established all over the country, as well as in Canada and the UK. There was even a chapter started on the campus at KU in 1970 and lasted over 40 years, which I was a member of while being a student here. Since those riots, great changes have happened. Laws have been passed and changed. The first openly gay official was elected with Harvey Milk. Gay marriage passed back in 2015. But throughout the progress, there have been setbacks. There are still the Anita Bryants and Fred Phelpses of the world. The complete lack of recognition and help during the beginning stages of the AIDS epidemic. Cases like Matthew Shepard. Since first being recognized nationally by President Clinton, no sitting Republican president has ever formally proclaimed June as Pride Month. Currently, the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida is trying to wipe away our existence, implying that if we don't say we exist, then we won't exist. Well, let me just say now that we're not going anywhere. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nathan Stitt. I am a gay man who also is a drag queen performing every single week in Lawrence. Growing up in Kansas, Lawrence was where people played basketball and gay people lived, so you didn't want to. I am currently engaged to a trans man. We have a cat, and she doesn't have a name. Since being here, I've seen a community grow so much. Yes, we have a long way to go, to truly establish a fully welcoming community for all those who identify as LGBTQIA, and especially those that are of color. Currently, we have multiple events, meeting places, social gatherings, and just visibility unlike anywhere else. Wednesday nights at the Replay, Thirsty Thursday drag shows at Jazz House, the yearly Transformations Gala, Deja's Reading Rainbow at the Library, Miss Gay Kansas United States is held here, the newly formed House of McCoy, Our multiple yearly Pride celebrations here from up on the hill at KU to those later this month, which will be bigger than ever. To even just seeing people proudly and bravely hang a rainbow flag in their front yard all year round. A rainbow flag that was first designed by Gilbert Baker, who was born in the state of Kansas. We stand before you saying we still have a way to go, but we still get hate-filled reactions and comments throughout our lives. But I believe through this proclamation today, we can continue to be the beacon in the state and a shining example. I want to thank each and every one of you here this evening. Thank you for this proclamation and happy Pride.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna lower this a little bit. All right. What's up, y'all? My name is Q, that is C-U-E-E. I'm a local artist and rapper and a proud Black trans man here in the community. I've been living in Lawrence since 2011, where I first joined the community as a KU undergraduate. And 11 years later, my face is flying across banners around this city. I've really integrated myself in this community that I truly love. Lawrence was the first place where I came out as trans and stepped fully into my power of living freely and truly as myself. This is where my music has grew, where I built local, radical queer love, and where I've been chosen to invest my time, energy as a community member. Lawrence has provided me so much safety as a trans person, and I hope this proclamation and more public recognition of Pride will grow in support the queer community at the intersections of other identities, specifically in support of Black trans lives. As we celebrate Pride, let us not forget at the forefront of the revolution towards equity, where Black trans women, and here in our own community, we have a center, the House of McCoy, that centers and affirms queer and trans youth led by Black and queer trans community members. Let's continue to celebrate, give, fight as our love and lives continuously are under attack. Let us be proud and push. Let us dance and donate our dollars. Let us find all ways to move and give in this movement. Let's lift our voices and let Lawrence and the world know who we are and where we are. We are queer and we ain't going nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure any other commissioners have any statements. Thank you again. Now we move on to our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Is there anything on the consent agenda that a commissioner would like to remove? Commissioner Finkeldye, you good? Seeing none, is there anything from the consent agenda that a member of the audience here in the room would like to pull or remove? Seeing none, is there any? Oh, I'm sorry, the screen was in the way. I am so sorry. Which item?
The Alcohol Tax Advisory Board report.
Which is, hold on, I'm gonna scroll down here.
B9B.
B9B, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone online who has something they would like to remove from the consent agenda?
No, Mayor.
Seeing none, let's go ahead and see if we have any motions.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D9D.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Let's have some comment for the consent item that's been pulled. Come forward and let us know what your thoughts are. 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mandy Infield, 1640 Illinois, member of the Alcohol Tax Advisory Board. And I didn't ask for this to be pulled because I don't want it to be approved. I do want it to be approved. I just wanted to speak to it. I'd like to speak to the annual report first as an advisory board member and then as a longtime nonprofit professional. The commission receives a lot of content from advisory boards in the form of minutes and reports. I ask that you give this report extra time and attention, as this is the product of 10 months worth of our board's effort. Also, please use a lens of equity, fairness, and empathy when considering the experience of the long-funded agencies. As the report states, the advisory board asks the city staff and commission to take specific actions around transparency, public participation, and most importantly, respecting funder-grantee power dynamics. It has been a full year since the 2022 budget process began and the city manager's budget recommendation to reallocate all social service funds to homelessness direct services. Yet, we still don't have the data from our specific community needs. Personally, I cannot imagine that our best approach to addressing homelessness is to abandon prevention services. We have a strong network of high-performing social service agencies in this community who serve Lawrence's neediest families. Yet the 2022 budget defunded them during a pandemic when needs are the greatest. Not only are they defunded, the decision to do so was not evidence-based, and they were continually told that they could still be eligible for funding in 22. But there was no information shared about process or intention around that. There still is no understanding around how they can access those funds or if they're available. We know better than this. The most basic funding practices require equity and transparency. After nearly a year of asking, I'm still not sure of the who's, what's, or how's around the potential social service dollars. Lastly, I ask personally, not as an advisory board member, for the commission to take a serious look at the alcohol tax ordinances, because I'm still not certain, after reading it many times, that the language means what we have been saying it means. The city staff specifically. I believe the reference to city departments and ordinance 9726 is simply referring to Parks and Rec in the city manager's office. It's plural. There are two departments. And the transfer of these funds to a city department to avoid advisory board oversight may not be the legal loophole that we have been operating under. So I ask that you all just take some time on that and see if that's accurate. So thank you so much for your help on this.
Thank you so much, Mandy. Is there, well, let's bring it back to the commission first, and then we'll go to public comment, because there may be others online or in the room who want to comment on that. So we'll make space for that. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Finkeldye?
I was just going to say, I'd like to thank Mandy and Chris and the whole committee for the work they did. It's a good report. It's something we need to consider. Certainly I don't think if the whole funding process and the homeless funding process and the study played out as we expected it to at the beginning. And so I appreciate the work and the thoughtfulness of the report, and I think it's something we have to continue to work on for the 2023 budget.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from commissioners? Any questions for staff? Maybe Craig or another staff member would like to comment on some of the criticisms, some valid, that board made, or suggest how we might address some of their concerns.
I'll take the staff. Casey Toomey, I serve as an assistant city manager. I think that, yes, some are valid, that when this decision was made in the summer of 2020, sorry, I had to go back a few years. The decision was to move from an open-ended grant process to one where we purposefully looked at our strategic plan and identified how to directly allocate those dollars. We didn't exactly know how we were going to do that at that time, We tried to communicate with the agencies, the 7 agencies from the alcohol fund that were impacted through that process. And sometimes we probably weren't as clear. When we talk about budgets, words like earmarked, allocated, budgeted are all used interchangeably by different people and mean different things. So I think that is an area that we can definitely work on. I don't know, Craig, if you would add anything, or if I'm getting at Mayor at what you were looking for.
Well, the only thing I'd add is that, we're continuing to be challenged by transitioning to the strategic plan affecting all of the things we do. So it is an articulation of what we are in business to do. And we're very intentionally, very strategically building funding plans to accomplish those things with a great effort to try and define through our performance metrics that are built into the plan, the way we're trying to achieve results. So we are in a 3-day budget retreat with the staff right now. So this is really out in front of us on our team. And it is transition because there largely was no strategy for a lot of the things that we spent money on for a long time. It doesn't mean that it wasn't a strategy. There wasn't a strategy being employed somewhere by somebody, but it wasn't one that was built first from this body in this organization and said, this is what we are intending to do. And it wasn't built from a community strategic planning process, which we're in now, in which we will be in the transition of for years to try and make that happen. This current fiscal year was the first year where we were really funding according to that. And that took the place of funding to whatever anybody came up and asked us for. In many cases, those had high merits and had high value to the community. It's just it wasn't aligning with what we intended to do, and that we got through the strategic planning process that was built through wide community engagement. So we will continue to bring budget proposals forward this year as we build this budget. We'll be very intentional to be funding to what we've been set in motion to achieve and to show the metrics behind how that's achieved. It doesn't mean that there aren't unbelievable things that happen in this community that aren't funded by the city. There's many governmental and not-for-profits that do amazing work that we are highly dependent on as a partner in that process, but we absolutely are not funding everything that happens in this community through the city tax dollars. So how we transition through that process is a heavy lift, as you all know, because you've been through it, and we'll continue to do that. There are occasionally these mistranslations are going to occur, and it's unfortunate. We need to endeavor to try and make those transitions much more fluid, especially as we're all experiencing challenges like the pandemic.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission before I open it to comment?
I just had a real quick one for Mandy. I know, Mandy, you mentioned that there were some discussions in regards to the ordinances, and were you speaking specifically to the ordinance governing the special alcohol tax advisory board, or others that you documented in the special report?
Yeah, so the Alcohol Tax Advisory Board has 2 ordinance. There's maybe an ordinance and a charter ordinance. It's like 97 something or another that I mentioned, and then ordinance 33. And the 97 one references 33 when it uses the plural city departments, and 33 lists Parks and Rec gets 1/3 of the money. The general fund through the city manager's office gets 1/3. And the advisory board allocates 1/3. And then, so what has happened is the alcohol tax funds, which are from the state, as you know, and that's a whole nother ordinance or article or whatever, says that they have to be used for specific things. So then these ordinances, there's kind of a loophole. If a city department takes the funds that were for the advisory board, then the advisory board doesn't have the right to have oversight over those. But I keep rereading it, and I just think that when it says city departments, plural, I think it just means Parks and Rec and the city manager's office, not any city department that wants to absorb these funds and use them for prevention of alcohol and drug abuse.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Let's make sure there's no one in the room here who wants to make public comment on this item.
Yeah, I'm going to make a comment here. I have no real special interest in the special tax, although I did read that and see that we're pulling funding from the Boys and Girls Club, and I think that's a bunch of crap. But I do want to say that I'm getting really damn tired of people in this city acting like we don't understand. Talking about it's lost in translation. It's a miscommunication. We understand plenty. And I think I've shown your police department I understand plenty. And I'm tired of hearing you guys act like the citizens do not understand what's going on in here and that we lose things in translation. That's a habit that this entire city has. There's no miscommunication. Mandy was very clear on what she said. Stop acting like she doesn't understand.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the room on this item? Special alcohol tax. Is there someone behind there I can't see?
Ma'am, you go to the podium.
Hello, my name is Lynn Crabtree. I work with Housing and Credit Counseling, Inc. I didn't attend tonight for this particular issue, but hearing it raised, I just wanted you to know that Housing and Credit Counseling, Inc. has been a benefit of the general fund money that is part of that is the alcohol tax. That has been a tremendous resource for us as we provide free counseling for tenants mostly, but also for landlords, all free. And because of our counseling, many people avoid homelessness. Example, a tenant that might say, I am not going to pay my rent because my landlord won't fix the hot water tank or whatever. Well, you still need to pay your rent. So if you hear that from us, then you understand better how to communicate with your landlord and get things done correctly. If Housing and Credit Counseling were not taking the hundreds of calls that we take every year from Lawrence residents, then the city staff would need to do that. So city asked Housing and Credit Counseling to set up an office here in 1988 based on the good work we have been doing in Topeka since 1972. And so we just share with you that that is one way general fund money is spent that may involve the alcohol tax. Thank you. And whether that happens to us or not is neither here nor there. We're just an example of how that money has been spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room who wants to make comment? Let's see if there's anyone online who would like to make comment on this item.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I would just like to voice my support for the original speaker. I do kind of see like what they're talking about. It just seems this whole strategic plan and this new transition, this transition seems to be finding ways to kind of shut down the rest of the community and citizens. Like just when the other meeting, there was that whole green pavement thing where one of the citizens had gone through the whole process and then basically got stuff approved only for the city to come and say it doesn't match with what we want, and basically had that citizens project nixed. And I think what's happening is we're using that whole strategic plan just basically for the city staff to get their way, and they're finding loopholes to get around, like, because advisory boards, maybe some on the advisory board aren't down with the the strategic plan, because I'm not down with the strategic plan. I've criticized it since it started, and this whole now we're basing everything around achieving the results of the strategic plan, and I think we're just going overboard with how.
Any comments or questions?
I do want to thank Mandy for bringing this forward, as well as the board. I know they put a lot of work into what they do, and I very much appreciate it. But they brought forward some really concerning points, and I think we need to definitely take a hard look at and to see whether or not some of them can be addressed in a more transparent way. Definitely, I agree, Mandy.
Commissioner, did you have something?
Oh, I did. I was just going to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Finkeldye and Vice Mayor Larson. I know that coming into office and having navigated and reviewing the strategic plan, one, as a constituent, and two, as someone who chaired one of the many boards and commissions that we have here in the city, and took to heart the strategic plan from a perspective of giving our community at least some type of framework, some foundation to figure out what we want to be and how we want to navigate and be good stewards of our finances. I think criticism is a good word. There needs to be criticism. When you go through a process of quality assurance, you just don't, it's like shooting a free throw. Or shooting a three-pointer, no one's Steph Curry up here. We're not like shooting lights out here. We're dinking some, we may even have an air ball every now and again, but you have staff at work and you have commissioners at work that are here to help bring the voice of the community to the dais. And so this is going to be continuous work. It's going to be ongoing work. This has been work that's probably should have been done many, many years ago. But you have commissioners on this dais right now who are wanting to navigate through that. And it's the work that Mandy and the advisory board and keeping the commissioners, bringing those concerns, being the subject matter experts, being the content matter experts to fill that gap that we need as commissioners to see and direct staff and to vote on it. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that this is a process together, and we have to figure out and navigate that process together as far as receiving the input from our advisory boards, directing staff as we should, and making those decisions as commissioners. But it's important to realize that our strategic plan, I don't think it's perfect by no means, but it gives us something to strive for and to elevate for. And we're just going through the growing pains right now. Again, that's my perspective of it. And I hope people can see that, and our community can see that for what it is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments?
Yeah, I was just, everything that everybody said. I think this is part of the healthy part of, both the strategic plan and our advisory boards, that we get this input, that we get this information so we can make all of our processes better. So that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Finkeldye, are you all right?
I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Again, thank you to that board and Mandy for being here. And of course, for holding our feet to the fire, which is the job of the public and the people on our advisory boards. Thank you so much. Do I have any motions?
I move that we receive the 2021 annual report from the Special Alcohol Funding Advisory Board as presented.
Second, I don't think.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. This is when we move on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make general public comment?
My name is Michael, Lawrence Accountability. I'm going to go through this quick. I put a packet up at each one of you table at the beginning of the meeting. These are a series of open records. We do know what's going on, guys. And I thank you guys for appreciating Mandy. This is the prosecutor dismissing the case against me without prejudice. This is the case where I got my ass kicked and then I was the only one charged. Dismissed without prejudice, claiming that 3 officers couldn't be there. This is an open record where they blotted out the case number, a public document. The case number should be a public record, I believe, isn't it? That's what I thought. Trent? No? Third page, Douglas County Sheriff Department and the LPD cooperating in their investigation of us. Ms. Larson and Mr. Finkelda, I want you to pay attention to the 4th page. This is Adam Heffley taking Squire's word that everybody was good. Nobody was beat up. It was all okay. Wasn't even me. I never even met the guy. I still don't know his full name, but it was all good. At the same time, Adam Heffley doesn't even know what his damned IA Pro password is. So how much oversight is there over OPA when the chief doesn't even know his damn password? Irby wants personal service in the 5th email. I didn't want personal service. I was screaming for somebody to take responsibility for some accountability in this town. Ryan Halstead, the one that let Neff off, his supervisor in patrol division. Instead of having OPA do investigations, we have patrol division do them. But Ryan Halstead wants to give me a police junior badge. These are the jokes that I talked about that they put in their private emails that they don't think anybody's going to see. They're still investigating me. This is the YouTube channel. They're investigating people that leave comments on my YouTube channel. Are you kidding me? Andrea Harvey making jokes. It's a real viewing pleasure. God, I'm so irritated with this crap. I've been screaming to you guys for a year, asking for help with the police department. And while the chief wants to look ahead, we just all treat the asshole like he is, you know, and then tell everybody everything's okay and let's look forward. I am dedicated. This is the only email that got something correct. This person, Andrea Haney, picked it out. I am dedicated. Won't go away. Myron Grady, another officer, he has thoughts, but they're probably not very productive. In emails that I get in open records. We talked about the $90 an hour that Trent over there got paid. There's the fluff. I got 3 pages that look like that and all that. $90 an hour. $90 an hour that cost. I asked for all records on Cora fees, how much had been charged. Got no documents available, no responsive records. I changed the wording on that request and asked for all, let's see, records sufficient to identify. Guess how much that one costs? $10,000 is what they want to find out how much this city has charged for Cora in the last 7 years. $10,000.
Time.
The last one, and I am going to go over on this one because this one's important. This is the EMT exoneration, saying that EMTs that transported a man strapped to a gurney face down against known policy, that they did it because the man requested to be treated that way. When was the last time you saw an arrestee get to make requests of how he got transported? Bullshit is what that is.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back next week and we're going to do this again.
Is there any general public comment from the audience? All right, let's look online, make sure there's no one online who would like to make general public comment on something that is not on our regular agenda.
I'm sorry, I can't read that top one. Is it Rick?
Rick Kagan?
Thank you.
Rick Kagan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've been a resident of Lawrence since 2006, and I want to speak in support of the proposed tobacco retail license, which is scheduled for discussion on June 21st. The proposed policy, in my view, must include strong standards for retailers of all tobacco products, including electronic nicotine delivery devices, to ensure compliance with the legal sales age of 21. This is critical to our community, given that 1 in 4 Kansas high school students report using tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, and an effective policy places the burden on retailers and would impose no criminal or monetary penalties for youth who possess and use tobacco products. My recent work with the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Kansas has included involvement on a statewide basis with efforts over the last 6 years to reduce tobacco use in the behavioral health population for individuals experiencing mental illnesses and substance use. And people in this target group are disproportionately represented among current tobacco users. While tobacco use in the general population continues to decline, tobacco use in this population remains relatively flat, with rates of use as high as 75% or greater for individuals living with substance use disorders and some types of serious mental illness. This results in high rates of tobacco-related illness and death. So I want you to consider that tobacco is the most prevalent substance use disorder in Kansas. It often begins in late childhood and adolescence. 40% of cigarettes are smoked by adults in the U.S. who are diagnosed with mental illness and substance use disorders. And people diagnosed with severe mental illness may die up to 25 years younger than the general population due to conditions related to smoking. Tobacco dependence causes approximately 50% of the deaths of long-term tobacco users and exacerbates symptoms of behavioral health conditions and reduces the effectiveness of some psychiatric medications. Youth who are experiencing anxiety, depression, and other behavioral health conditions, including substance use, are more likely to begin using tobacco products. So adopting the retail license is one concrete action that will help prevent a lifetime of nicotine addiction. We also know that recovery from behavioral health conditions, is enhanced and relapse rates are reduced for individuals living with behavioral health conditions who are able to quit tobacco and for those who have not yet become addicted. So given the increased focus on youth mental health, we must all take reasonable actions to prevent early addiction to nicotine. So as you consider taking action on the retail license, I would urge you to avoid any product exceptions. All combustible tobacco products and e-cigarettes must be included. And I encourage the commission to adopt the proposed license policy without further delay. Other communities in Kansas have adopted similar policies.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
Lawrence should be
Kagan.
among those taking action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else online who would like to make general public comment?
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah Prem. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I am the president of the Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition, and it works that I follow Rick because I'm also going to talk about the tobacco retail license policy. The Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition is a statewide alliance of health, medical, education, law enforcement, health coalitions, parents, youth, and individuals advocating for policies and evidence-based programs to significantly reduce tobacco use and addiction in Kansas. Our mission is to eliminate the use of commercial, non-sacred tobacco to achieve health equity through advocacy, education, and collaboration. And we support the establishment of a tobacco retail license program in Lawrence. In 2021, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment contracted with the Kansas Health Institute to develop a report describing the landscape of tobacco retail licensing and zoning in Kansas and policies that Kansas communities have considered adopting to curb youth access to tobacco products. That report is available at tobaccofreekansas.org, and it acknowledges that Kansas localities currently have broad constitutional powers granted for self-government under Article 12, Section 5 of the Kansas Constitution. And we encourage the city of Lawrence and all Kansas communities to exercise that right of self-government to adopt a tobacco retail license policy. According to the KHI report, 3 Kansas cities, Newton, Shawnee, and Wichita, have exercised that right and have adopted ordinances around tobacco retail licensing and zoning. And we support that and the community of youth that have been working to pass this policy in Lawrence. This policy needs to leverage best practices such as appropriate fees and robust enforcement. TFKC partners and members also are committed to reducing health disparity and health cost burden caused by commercial tobacco use in Kansas. Particularly during Pride Month, we wish to remind this body and the community that tobacco use disproportionately affects LGBTQ plus members of society. This is a group that the tobacco industry has historically targeted for its marketing efforts, and the results have been higher rates of disease burden and tobacco use among LGBTQ citizens. Local governments are on the front lines of adopting laws and policies aimed at improving health outcomes for citizens and reducing inequities. Local policy change, such as a tobacco retail license program, is grounded in a deep understanding of the health needs, community goals, and lived experience of the members of this community. With the passage of a TRL, Lawrence will be creating a policy that is widely considered an essential tool to reducing youth usage of tobacco and fostering health equity. Your leadership on this important effort to improve the health and quality of life for all in Lawrence is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I'm back to talk more about the I guess last month's meeting where the prosecutors played the couple of they shared the feedback they got. One of those was someone that was on probation, and I'm not sure if I commented on this before, but how I don't think that's very fair that the prosecutor, I mean, why was the feedback such a big deal for their presentation was one thing I'm wondering. But also, how fair is it that the prosecutor's asking favors from people that are on probation? Because that seems what happened. They're doing a presentation to Lawrence City Commission, and they need some positive feedback. So what do? They go to someone that's on probation. I have just the power dynamics. Could the person who have submitted that feedback submitted it because they were afraid of what saying no to the prosecutor's request might do for their probation? Hopefully they're done doing any kind of drug testing or alcohol testing for the rest of their term for doing that favor for the prosecutor. I'll say that much. And also, how is it fair for other people who are on probation that someone else could potentially be getting favorable treatment because they gave positive feedback for the prosecutor's presentation to the city commission? And also, I've been thinking more about why would the prosecutor do this? And my initial what I think is that they have some negative feedback, like in the negative comments that they don't want y'all to see. But I was thinking, well, maybe it's because of the city's new strategic planning. Like, you're always talking about how does it relate to the strategic plan, and isn't it like public engagement's one of the factors or whatever? I'm just wondering, what if we have city staff wasting time? Because getting that feedback was kind of a waste of time. But let's say, what if we have city staff wasting time now because now their presentations, instead of just before it was just straight up presentation, but now their presentations all have to, it's all focused on strategic plan. How is their how is what they're doing moving us towards the goal of reaching the city's strategic plan? So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comment from online?
Pavika?
Hi, I'm
Oh,
Dr. Sarah Polly. I work with Afton Jameson at the Watkins Health Center on KU campus, and I just wanted to express support for the TRL proposal that's before you. I definitely see people as young as 18 and 19 already struggling with e-cigarette addiction. And while it may only be 10 or 15% of the general age group that smokes or uses e-cigarettes, it probably represents 25 to 50% of what we see in patient flow because they're overrepresented in terms of respiratory illnesses. So I just wanted to express support and thank you for considering that motion.
Thank you.
Comments, Mayor.
All right. Very good. Then we can move on to our work session. The item there is to receive strategic plan update from Unmistakable Identity Outcome Team.
Good evening, City Commissioners. I'm Derek Rogers, the Outcome Team Lead for Champion for Unmistakable Identity and the Director of Lawrence Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture. I'm glad to be here tonight. And before I get too far in, I'm going to have Porter start the video. It's about a 3-minute video and continue my briefing after that. Hi, I'm Derek Rogers, Champion for the City's Unmistakable Identity Outcome. Our Unmistakable Identity team is focused on work to make Lawrence a welcoming community that is synonymous with arts, diverse culture, fun, and a quintessential downtown. There are a variety of ways we're measuring our progress in this outcome. One of these measures is the number of people who visit or utilize our parks or trails, city recreational facilities, and city recreation programs, as well as the number of people who visit or utilize the services of some of our community partners. Our community partners include Theater Lawrence, Watkins Museum of History, Lawrence Arts Center, Explore Lawrence, Downtown Lawrence Incorporated, and the Lawrence Public Library. In 2021, we calculated that there were a little more than 1.4 million visits to these organizations and our city recreation facilities. Looking toward the future, we'd like to grow the number of visitors by about 2% this year, which would be about 28,000 more visits than last year. To address this goal, one of the strategies is to enhance parks, park amenities, and recreational opportunities to meet the needs of our growing city. This includes recreational amenities like the Lawrence Loop, recreation facilities like Sports Pavilion Lawrence, which offer opportunities for exercise for the community as well as opportunities for tournaments that attract visitors throughout the Midwest. Within this year, we are enhancing the Lawrence Loop by adding about 2/3 of a mile in a segment from Peterson Road to Michigan Street. And we've already been approved for a grant to fund construction next year of the segment from Sandra Shaw Park to Michigan Street. Once that is completed, the Lawrence Loop will be a series of connected trails that will provide a continuous urban greenway more than 22 miles long around the city of Lawrence. We are very excited to continue working on this city trail multi-use path, as we know many members of our community and many visitors to it that enjoy getting on the loop for movement and the connection with nature. Another strategy our outcome team identified to increase the number of visits to our community partners is to promote and cross-link events and programs to increase attendance across all of our organizations. One of the community partners we worked with recently is the Watkins Museum of History on a project for the Grover Barn Historical Site. Grover Barn played a significant role in the Underground Railroad and is one of the nation's best documented stations on the Underground Railroad. Because of this, Grover Barn is designated as an Underground Railroad site on the National Park Service's Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. Recently, the city worked with Watkins and Guardians of the Grover Barn to install informational kiosk panels at the site to inform visitors of the historical importance. We believe that our city parks, trails, open spaces, downtown, and community events contribute to the vibrancy experienced by all people in Lawrence, and it is our hope that our continuing efforts will bring even more visitors to our unmistakably unique community. Okay, Porter, can you bring up the slides or do I need to share from the screen?
If you can start it there, that'd be great.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Oh, Derek, you know what? You need to share the screen like you're doing a Zoom meeting.
Yes, I'm looking, there it is. There we go. Let's go back. Okay, Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture, and I'm glad to be here. This is a topic that I could speak about along with my community, our community partners for a long time, especially in question and answer sessions. But in the interest of time, I'm going to abbreviate the presentation and have our community partners come back at a later date or provide an executive summary about what they're doing. Excited about what they do, and I would like I know they would like to share what they do. We have quite a few of them online tonight. We have, should have Brad Allen from the Lawrence Public Library, Sally Zograi from Downtown Lawrence Inc., Kim from Sport Lawrence, Margaret Morris from the Lawrence Arts Center, Steve Novak from the Watkins Museum of History, Mary Dummington from Theater Lawrence, as well as Parks and Recreation professionals that are joining in tonight. As a department, we focus on the strategic plan, and we meet monthly with our outcome community team members, collaborate in areas for the community and how can we improve our outcomes. As part of the strategic plan, Parks and Recreation is rebranding the Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture. We have also realigned internally within the city, shifting unmistakable identity, community members functions that had previously associated with Porter's office to better align with this outcome and now are associating with Parks, Recreation, Arts and Culture. We're also now liaison for the boards and to include Lawrence Culture Arts Commission. This is our unmistakable identity outcome that we focus upon as a team and collaborate with our community partners and how we can, and we work with how can we improve and move the key progress indicators, KPIs, to increase our unmistakable identity. Lawrence is a welcoming community synonymous with arts, diverse culture, fun, and quintessential downtown. City parks and community events contribute to the vibrancy experienced by all people of Lawrence. To fully appreciate unmistakable identity outcome, you really need to consider how does this relate to the Lawrence as a whole? What makes Lawrence special is not just the outcomes, but the synergy gained when looked at the whole of all the outcomes together to complete the picture of Lawrence. It's a community that cares, which is built upon the individual people of Lawrence, the neighbors, the neighborhoods, the universities, the parks, trails, and open spaces, amenities, services, engagements with the city staff, with the public and the city commission on issues that could be large and small, and a lot of communities, and not necessarily like a lot of communities in the nation. And I think that's part of what makes us special. Another thing of note, we're not the wealthiest community. Other communities nearby, the KC Metro, communities have larger more expensive facilities, access to more capital, be it from a tax base or large corporation to add amenities to their cities. Yet the Parks and Recreation system, not only are we performing as well or better than the national average, we're also higher than the KC Metro area. The question is, why do people admire Lawrence, want to live here? What makes Lawrence unmistakable? At the foundation of our identity, it's the community of small town charm in a big city of 104,000 people. It also composes a small community of events. It consists of small community events, cultural events, arts, large signature events, our universities, regional sport events, and our historic town. During this presentation, I'll cover the KPIs, key progress indicators. We'll spend a little more time on UI3, which is the number of people visiting or utilizing our offerings within the city of Lawrence. At the end, I will ask some policy questions of the City Commission. remember that we can't just focus on one KPI. They're all important. And it's how we get our outcome to improve overall by focusing on all of them. On the screen before you, you'll see our KPIs. We have 14 in this outcome area. I'm going to discuss these, and then if you look at the slide, what you see in red are ones that are below target, the greens are on target, and the yellows are the ones that need data. And like the start of the slideshow, if you'd like to learn more, you can go online, look at our strategic plan, look at our outcomes, and look at our activities and strategies to meet these KPIs. First one I talked about a little bit, percent of our residents who are satisfied or very satisfied with the Parks and Rec system. We're on target. Currently with the last 2020 ETC survey, we were at 84%. C is the name of the survey, and that 84% is 23% above the national average. And it is also 9% above the KC metro area. So money doesn't always solve everything. And some of it, a lot of it, I think, is the people, the interactions, the services we provide, our facilities, the quality of what we have, and caring. The new ETC survey is out in the community right now, being collecting data. And from that new survey, we've added 3 questions, which should help provide data for 3 of the 4 or 4 of the 5 items up there that are still needing data. We hope to have the data back, I believe, by about the end of August. I don't see Porter saying no. So it's kind of a guessing game on when the company is going to bring that back to us. If you don't look at slide on UI number 8, net per visitor attending each event. Some communities actually spend funds and develop special events, large events, signature events. Lawrence, for the most part, has been a community where event organizers bring events to us. And so our cost per visitor to attend event has been very low because the event sponsor has been the one hosting that. Also, that being said, the events that come to Lawrence aren't something that we necessarily seek out, like the Belgian Waffle Race, they come to us or something like that. It's great, they're cool events, but it's not really intentional. They just kind of happen and we benefit from that. Going back to the new ETC questions currently for the data. That's question 2, 5, and 6. The new questions are: 1, efforts are made to represent my culture in the community. 2, the city is a culturally place where all enjoy at home. And 3, amounts of our communities and related events. Strategies to address KPIs 2, 4, 5, and 6 consist of developing and support initiatives that engage underserved and underrepresented communities. Also, providing accessible, diverse, and inclusive parks, recreation programs, amenities for all ages and abilities, with a specific focus on historically marginalized communities. Activities that we work on is collaborating with our unmistakable identity team. We meet monthly with our community partners and network events and gain energy, while continuing to support the smaller community events and bringing signature events to Lawrence. As part of the Parks and Rec rebranding, the Parks and Rec Arts and Culture, using existing resources within the department, we were able to create a communication and events division, whereas before we had one person in marketing that was taking on all the special permitting for special events as an additional job and task. And so by realigning within existing resources, we're able to add 2 positions to put more focus and intention on events in the city of Lawrence. Really looking forward to seeing what this group can do. They just got through with interviews and made offers, and we should have them on board by the end of the month. The city also teamed to work, is currently working. We've been working on this process for a long time. It's one of our processes for special events permits. It goes through about 3 departments. It could be the city clerk's office, it could be planning development services, it could be Parks and Rec, could be actually 4th if you look at right away with MSO. to bring that down, narrow the ordinance and come back at a future date with an ordinance that should streamline that. And our goal is to get it from running through 3 departments down to 1 department. And also with the goal, it should improve how we provide event permitting, and with the thought that we can make the process also easier on the community member that's wanting to host an event. Continuing to review the KPIs, UI 7 is percent of scholarships that meet that need that is met for recreational programs. In Parks and Recreation, we have the We Folks Scholarship is for those that are under age 18. Its metric is at 100%. The Lawrence Arts Center receives funds from the city annually for their scholarship program, and their scholarship program is in all ages, and it's also supplemented by their donations, and it's based on income levels. So both programs are meeting the need. And then it's something we're looking at as we go through the budget cycle. Is there a way that we can fund beyond just those under 17, but having all ages for what Lawrence Arts Center has? UI 14, number of trees planted, removed, and maintained to create a healthy canopy is another area where we're on target with strategies that see activities to expand the canopy of Lawrence. One of the ways we've done this, we were working on the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And so our forester group went down, they were able to get some tree saplings, 500 of them from Manhattan, from the Forestry Service. And we were thinking, okay, do we get too many trees? Before they even got 2 blocks with the St. Patrick's Day Parade, they'd given out 500 tree saplings. So that's one of the ways that may not be on city property where these trees are planted, but that's going to help the tree canopy of the city of Lawrence. UIs 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 are below target, and I will touch on them briefly. 9 is percent of parks and recreation programs that is meeting the cost recovery. Our cost recovery is based on the cost recovery pyramid. It's a subsidized pyramid. So at the lowest level of pyramid, you've got everybody loves open spaces and parks. They're free to everybody to enjoy. The next level up, swimming, we think at the core level, every kid should learn how to swim. COVID has obviously impacted that. I'm very excited we have the pools open. And I've seen some pictures, so I know it's getting well used. I too have been in budget meetings, so it's sequestered to meetings all day, but I'm seeing good pictures, and I think the kids are excited, and we're doing what we can there. So that should be something that's subsidized heavily by the community. It's community value. As it gets more specialized in the pyramid, you get towards the top. It's an individualized sport. It might be a competitive swim. Then it recovers more. Currently, we have a goal of 100%, recovering 96%. For programs in the recreation community, we have a try 3. So if we put out a new program, it has 3 chances to meet the cost recovery model based on the subsidy. And if it doesn't, then we don't do that anymore. We look for something else besides what we carry on. So we're at about 96% there. And that just will have to be reevaluated. Is that about as good as we're going to get? Are we ever going to get to 100? And is it worth putting more time and resources into that metric? UI 10 is retail sales in the downtown Lawrence area. Currently, we're at 8.7% of the sales tax from Lawrence comes from the downtown, with the goal of 10%. This is closely related to our quintessential downtown, ties to our strategies and activities of UI 3, which is having visitors and people come to Lawrence to utilize our amenities. We also have submitted CIP, capital improvement program proposals, that if they make it through the budget process, will greatly enhance our downtown as a place to visit. Items downtown that I think we need to look at it as a community: aging infrastructure, improving amenities, capabilities, and improved efficiencies for events. So coming back from Northwest Arkansas, they had bollards for events. So can that speed up an event that's downtown, not only to limit and speed up the street closure, but also provide a safer environment versus a type 3 barricade? UI 11, Employee Engagement Index for Parks and Recreation. We're below target in this metric. This is an area that we're focusing on as a department, and we're also working with our engaged, empowered commitment team members to bring this up to target. As a city of employees, we are very appreciative of the support in bringing city employees up to the compensation market rate in round one. And especially with the nation experiences high inflationary rates during this period right now, and everything from basic needs for food, rent, gas. It's really appreciated. And I think the employees of Parks and Rec and City of Lawrence are very appreciative of all you've done. UI 12, acres of park green space per resident. We're below target at 0.04 acres per resident. So that's based on 100,000 with a goal of 0.045. We continue to look for additional open space for the community and future community members to enjoy, and have proposed CIP items to help us acquire more park space and access more open space for the public in the future. That's something I think we value, and we need to plan and prepare for the future. We also have been collaborating with the county is also looking at the same thing. So that there's collaboration efforts there. UI 13, number of events that celebrate and enhance our environmental sustainability. While it shows below target, I have no doubts in my mind this is going to exceed target this year. We have 18 as our target. We've had 8 events. I think the slide needs to be updated. And we have environmental and sustainability events all the time. We did the Earth Day cleanup with Friends of the Call. There is always something going on, and we're very happy with what we can do to improve that. Okay, this is one I'd like to focus on. It's UI 3, number of people who have visited or utilized a city park trail, city rec facility, city rec program, Theater Lawrence, Watkins Museum of History, the Arts Center, Explore Lawrence Tourism Center, Lawrence Public Library. All items you see on the left side should be in the data block. On the right side, there just wasn't enough space. They are included. One thing to look at on this metric that isn't accounted for is City Park Trail. I can contact Watkins Museum, Theater Lawrence, our rec centers. I can tell you how many people have come through the door and has participated. The parks and trails, I think there's a way to get there. Explore Lawrence, Kim Ansbach can talk at a future time about Datify and maybe ways of fencing around a park if that's something that we want to do. The track, how many people come and visit the park, and it's based on the cell phone data. I'm not an expert. I think she has a lot more background and experience on that. And when she comes back, that would be something I think she would like to talk about. We continue to strengthen through our meetings, our monthly meetings with the outcome group, networking, linking cultural events and events to increase resident awareness and participation in cultural opportunities. I'll go further. Our activities to increase the number of visits and utilization consist of our monthly meetings, which I talked about before, with our community partners, as we discuss ways to cross-link events and programs to increase visitation, utilizations. Slide I mentioned our team members, they're the directors and other community members, organizations that may be on this call tonight. Programs, partnerships, and collaborations. At a future meeting, I talked about let's get our community partners here, and if it just doesn't fit in the time, I know the are packed. Maybe we can get a one-page executive summary from these organizations and do a city manager's memo or something. And then at a future date, possibly the commission, if you would like to have the community partners come back. We'll just have to see what the availability in future commission meetings look like. We also rely on collaboration with clubs and organizations, both large and small, who provide new and improved amenities for the community and visitors. The picture up top, that's the Lawrence Skate Association. We've worked with them for years. They've been raising funds to buy amenity for the city of Lawrence and the community, and hoping to bring it back to a city commission, accepting their donation. And it's a partnership that we look forward to. Lower picture, I think it moved on me there. Let's go back. The lower picture was Friends of the Call. That was the Earth Day and the River Keepers cleanup. Okay, moving on to the final slide. I think somebody's trying to tell me we need to get near the end. What are the policy questions that we would like to hear from the City Commission? What's the City Commission's visions for events in Lawrence for signature events, sports tourism, and community events? And what community benefit would the City Commission like to see from these events? We want to be more proactive in this space and appreciate the City Commission's input. This time I'll open up for questions. I'll go on. I can leave the slide up or go to the last slide. There you go. And these are just some of the unique things around Lawrence. Porter informed me a few years ago that the sloth hanging from a tree is over Burroughs Creek. And that was what he would call guerrilla art, the good things that we don't plan for that just happen. Our community partners of the Suicide Prevention and Health are the partners that keep the trail clean on Burroughs, and they also put messaging out on chalk. Just some kind of neat things from Lawrence I thought you'd appreciate as much as I do, or I'd hope you would. Thank you. Look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah. Thank you, Derek, for your presentation. I appreciate it. And I'm always enjoy seeing things about our arts and culture and Parks and Rec. I know that, coming from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, I know that you guys have really been working hard on being more inclusive to Parks and Rec events and possibly even signature events for, because since we have such a diverse community, how is that process going? Are we making any headway of meeting people where they are and making sure that we're truly representative of our community?
Yeah, I think we are. I think it goes back to the culture of community. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It should be based on trust and transparency. You may not always get the answer you want, but you should know what you hear is correct. And it should be a culture of an organization. You should always have a culture within your organization of diversity, equity, inclusion. The recent events we've been working on, there were so many of them already, and every weekend, if you look around Lawrence, we've been working with Fowley with the Pride Parade and events coming up on June 25th. We've been working with the Juneteenth folks. That parade and events coming up on June 18th. There was a Pride bike ride sponsored by Trek. That was Sunday morning. We had 2 events walking down Lawrence. We are very engaged and open to anybody that comes through our doors. And I think that's part of that small town community of, some people may call that quirky or eccentric or whatnot, but it's being open to anybody that would like to do an event, as long as it's not discriminatory or, something that is out there. For signature events is something that we really haven't done. Other communities do that. And the goal would be for 2023 of 1 to 3 items of a signature event that Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture would intentionally organize and present. And so there will be some revenues coming out of that, but it will also be something unique to the community, and it's a little more it's intentional from our community versus what happened to walk through the door and now we've got gravel grinders or whatever it is, or a unique race. Fireworks are something that we did last year, and it's in the works for this year. So it will be back on KU campus, and we're heavily involved with that. The nice thing is we've invented that wheel last year, so the process this year will be a lot better. It'll be July 3rd. So it'll be the 4th on the 3rd. So July 3rd, the Sunday is the date, July 3rd. So that should also give an opportunity for people, if they come to the event on Sunday, that they won't have to worry about getting up early if they take kids out and do things like that. And then that's a collaboration with our KU university partners, LEAD, Dole Center, and we're looking for more support and sponsorships.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Just to follow up on that, and just for anything we've missed, have we like made the effort to like maybe put a table at, events that we know of that we haven't participated in before, that just to let them know that Parks and Rec is around and that they're interested or anything like that?
I really can't think of putting a table out, but for example, I spoke at the Trek Pride Ride on the levee Sunday morning. We try to make it a point, or I try to make it a point to make the most of those events. But I also do believe it's a culture thing, and it's got to go a lot deeper than me. It needs to be a value of the organization. But that's a great thought, and need to think about how we can do that more.
Cool. Well, thank you. I just wanted to check in.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Derek, I have a quick question. For UI6 performance indicator, it says % of residents who believe that their culture is celebrated in the community, and you give examples of what that looks like. You had stated in the presentation that there are a couple of questions added to the survey that speaks to these areas, not just UI6, but the indicators in yellow where you didn't have data. What questions were, because I'm looking at the survey and I can hypothesize which ones you're thinking, but then I think you're going to know what my follow-up question is, that I think you're comparing apples to oranges on those questions. But I want you to tell me which questions on the survey were you thinking connected to those performance indicators?
If you're looking at the numbers on the survey, I believe there was number 7, number 8, and number 15. Efforts are made to represent my culture in the community. The second one was the city is culturally welcoming place where all enjoy life and feel at home. And the third was amount of arts, culture, and opportunities and related events were the 3 questions.
Okay, because I'm looking at so I'm going to go in my order that I have. So the city is culturally welcoming place where all enjoy life and feel at home. I saw that one. City efforts to promote diversity in the community. I see that one. And efforts are made to represent my community and my culture in the community. So I pinged that one to think that that's what you were maybe wanting to use for festivals, parades, and events. So you're kind of using a broad question to kind of fit your cater into.
That starts the benchmarking. The ETC survey has been a nationwide benchmarking survey tool. And so at least it's a place to start to gather data. And then to expand on that, the activities are develop and support initiatives that engage underserved and underrepresented communities, and then also provide accessible, diverse, and inclusive parks, recreation programs, and amenities for all ages and abilities, with a specific focus on historically marginalized communities. So if I come down out of the clouds, I get down in the weeds. Some of the things we worked with Grover Barn, it's one of very few documented Underground Railroad sites. And then working with Parks and Recreation, the recreation programmers, and Watkins Museum of History, we're looking at putting together programs that celebrate the African-American community and the history surrounding the Underground Railroad and the events of that time. So that's one way we're looking at linking some of that.
Right. So and thank you for that. I'm quite familiar with what ETC does in their surveys. I think for me, just seeing the question where it says efforts are made to represent my culture in the community, I think that is a very broad question that needs to be answered. My fear is you making inferences to say, oh, well, that's inclusive to festivals, parades, and events. I think there needs to be, if you're going to take a broad question, then take a global piece to it. You said it was framework, so don't try to make inferences to say, oh, well, we checked the box. It kind of gives a check the box perspective. And I don't want that. If I feel like my culture is represented, my culture is represented. If you want more information about that, then you have to do the work to do it. But we don't get to assume that because someone answered that question favorably, that we achieved something and somewhere else. So that's the little sticking point for me. So I think that was one that I just wanted to make sure we weren't taking liberties with on that.
Okay.
But as far as what was outlined, I'm excited about some potentials here with the unmistakable identity group, but I don't want to get into comments here about questions, and that's the only question I have right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Sellers.
Any other questions or comments?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I just had, as I was looking at your dashboard, Derek, through here, one thing I don't notice on there that would be helpful maybe, and I don't know if you can even do this, is to put in your, the boxes that you have, where the data is coming from and what the time frame is for that data, because it's hard to know when you say 1.4 million visitors at 2021, 2022, when is it, what does that data represent? When is that time frame? And
I believe it was 2021. It was an annual data, and talk about herding cats. It was mainly crunched from all the community partner organizations. And
yeah, so any of these outcomes, strategies, it would be nice to know where you're getting your data from and what the time frame is for it. That would be real helpful. I did want to point out when we talk about events that are portrayed in here, I do want to give the fact that Parks and Rec has really been helping us with our community remembrance project for the past 2 years, and I don't even know if that's something that you've counted, within your purview, but it is Parks and Recs that has helped us put together the commemoration for the lynching marking event that we're getting ready to have. But they helped us out last fall when we did the soil event, and they've been integral in helping us make sure these events go off without a hitch, and really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions? I'm sure we all have some discussion and comments. Let's make sure there's no public comment here in the room on this item. Thank you so much, Derek. Don't go away. Any public comment in the room? Not seeing anything. Is there anyone online who would like to speak to this item? I know we have some partners. Just make sure they know they can speak here.
I'm not seeing anyone on.
That's all right. I'm just going to call them out anyway. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the commission. I've lost my visual of Commissioner Finkeldice. I don't want to forget that guy. Hey, there he is. Any jump off points for discussion? I have a couple things I'm sort of interested in that you haven't already mentioned.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just, if we're going to go into the policy questions, I'll just wait.
Oh, okay. Derek, sorry, I made you sit down and then come back. And I want to holler at Brent, and I think Kim's out there too. One of the metrics that, of course, we've been looking at all this time, it's not like it just appeared, but once I saw it in the way that it's presented, which is helpful, there was one that I looked at that seemed somewhat out of place, and that's not on you. Of course, we've been looking at this a lot, so some of that's on us. And that would be UI 10, the retail sales in downtown Lawrence. Now, of course, we've identified downtown Lawrence as, our crown jewel, and that's part of what makes us unique. But identifying metrics about retail seems somewhat out of place with all these other things which are kind of cultural or creative. And I wondered if, especially with considering like the partners that we need to help us identify that data, if that's maybe not more appropriate in kind of an economic development setting. So I don't want to put that on you, Derek, you didn't set this up, but I just wondered if maybe Kim, who I think I see here, or I don't see downtown Lawrence, but I think I see Britt. I kind of wondered if you guys had any thoughts about that, not to put you on the spot.
Courtney, hi, it's Kim. Sorry, you are putting me on the spot. I wasn't, that's okay. Kim Onspach, Executive Director of Explore Lawrence. I do think that Sally Zagrai might be better prepared to answer this question, but I do think, in my view, it is important to understand the economic impact that arts and culture organizations and events do have. And I think that that was a measurable data point that we could identify there. So I think a lot of the unmistakable identity actions do straddle that prosperity and economic development and arts and culture and identity questions. And that is something that we're discussing as a team with the unmistakable identity group and also among our individual boards and our staff to figure out how best to communicate the important work that we do and also communicate the economic impact that lives for Lawrence.
This is Sally Zagrai with Downtown Lawrence. Sorry, I had a cat emergency. They were climbing the screens again. Anyway, I am agreeing with Kim. Downtown retail sales is actually a very problematic measure it's a problematic thing to try and measure because we don't have a system in place that accurately collects that data. We have to rely on self-reporting. And quite frankly, most downtown business owners do not share those numbers. And they don't share their sales tax numbers either. And we have for a number of years sent out an economic impact report request for businesses, even just to say, were your sales up or down? Or, can you give us just even a percentage over year? And they really don't respond to it. They don't want to share those numbers. And that's 9 years now that I've been there, but I know it's historically, it's very difficult to get. But we can get anecdotal evidence. So we can get the kind of evidence like, on parade day for National Championship Parade, my Sunday was like a 3-day weekend, the number of sales. But again, the actual dollar amounts are not shared. It's just that it was a super busy day. So we have to figure out a better, an achievable way or measure, if that makes sense. Some events actually per business and some events draw business, and it's always been that way.
Thank you. That helps me. Maybe in the future we'll kind of think about whether we're kind of setting ourselves up for something that we can't. Go ahead.
Sorry, could I just add another perspective there? I was there when we were building some of these scorecard measures and some of those discussions. The city has access to sales tax data. It's confidential, share about that, but regional and say an area performed or how over while private businesses and not-for-profits can't have access to that. We did
put that measure in there because that is something that the city can have access to and can conglomerate it to draw some conclusions about, are things trending up or down? That's how we project our sales tax for you with the budget. So we do have the ability to do that in a regional.
And the thought was that if you do have accurate sales tax data, that can give you an indication of shoppers and activity. That's what the retailers would like, is how much activity is occurring in our downtown, which is part of why it's distinctive and why it's an important defining asset for Lawrence. And so we do look at that sales tax data because it's a historic shopping district that we've worked to preserve over time.
Mayor, if I may, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. The data that Derek is using comes from the retail market survey the Planning and Development Services Office does every 2 years. It goes back to 2006. So there's a lineage and data and track record there that we use, and we use that sales tax data as part of that report. So it is coming out of that conglomeration of data that we go through the supply and demand side for the retail market for the city as a whole.
This is Commissioner Finkel. I just jumping in real quick on this. I guess when I had read this indicator, I had assumed it meant, like you said, year over year, did it go up by 2% or whatever? But I thought I heard Derek say that the measurement's actually the percentage compared to the entire city. We want to hit 10% of all the retail sales being downtown. Just curious on why we picked that. It would seem to me that, I can understand that to an extent, but I'd rather, if we have a really bad year someplace else, our percentage downtown might be 15%, but that doesn't really get us anywhere if we're down in downtown as well. So I just wondered about that particular measurement.
Yep. Derek Rogers, Director of Parks, Recreation, Arts, Culture. When we talked about that, we had a lot of discussion with our team members, and our big thing was we wanted to see, at a minimum, sales tax around the city maintain the same, but by having more visitors come to downtown, we should see that rise. So that was the intent behind it. And we had a lot of discussion. So for example, most of our sales tax, and Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say it's in about 41% comes from the far side or the south side of Iowa Street down around 31st Street. And then you go up around, say, 6 and Wakarusa, I want to say it was about 12.5% of sales tax. So the goal is not to negatively impact any part of the city to draw more towards downtown, but to overall, I would love to see the city go up on sales tax everywhere, yet still have something that's measurable on what impact is the historical downtown or sesquicentennial, or our special downtown, our historic, our crown jewel of the community, what impact is that having on our sales tax above and beyond what we should be doing everywhere else in the city? And Jeff or anybody else who would like to jump in, please do.
Commissioner Finkel, I think that answered it. That helps. I understand that perspective now. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners or discussion before we look at the policy questions?
This is Commissioner Finkel. I'll just jump in real quick and say a few things. Very excited to hear about the idea of maybe scholarships for all ages, especially as we talk about, different events for different ages. Having scholarships to allow people to participate seems like a good idea to consider. But I was really excited about this idea about streamlining the right-of-way, the permit application process, including the right-of-way. I've been involved in quite a few nonprofits trying to get over the years projects or 5Ks or other events through the city, and I think a streamlined process is overdue. So appreciate your continued work on that. Looking at my notes, I was out in Estes Park or Rocky Mountain National Park, and I like this idea of geofencing, but they did have on their trails, they had a camera that said, "We're not taking your picture, we're counting the number of hikers." And it was, hooked to a tree, and they just counted the number of people who passed. And so I say it's a camera, but it was some sort of counting device. That could be interesting to see, like on the Lawrence Loop, like how many people, pass in a given day at different places on the Lawrence Loop. But the geofencing is an interesting idea as well. And then just while I have the floor, I think Mary Doveton's on here, and congratulations on your retirement, Mary. You'll be missed.
Oh, no. Any other questions or comments, I guess, before we're all going to call Mary tomorrow. Any other comments before we move on to the policy questions Derek has for us?
No, Derek, I was going to just piggyback on what Commissioner Finkel and I said in regards to the streamlining the process for special events. I know that's something that we've talked about in the Explore Lawrence board, and I know that it's a conversation that I've had with you. I know that you have you, in your presentation, had talked about the idea of trust. And I do, and I agree with that, and I'm glad that you brought that up. And I know that sometimes certain community organizations may have difficulties following the process. And I think when you talked about diversity, equity, inclusion, that's the inclusion piece of it. And I've shared this several times in other iterations with commissioners as well as with staff, and that when we talk about inclusion, we need to be intentional about access and not just about, and what that inclusion means as it relates to access to the resources, and do individuals know how to use it. So I see what you're proposing it'll be a way that we can actually operationalize the efficiency of access in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion of all groups, whether it's a nonprofit, whether it's a grassroots organization, and however that intersects, is that you're going to create a process that provides access to a service, streamlining that and providing that resource to individuals and how to use it and use it efficiently and effectively. So when I think of equity and inclusion and how can you have an anecdotal story to what a outcome group is doing, that's one that we can talk about.
Okay.
You're creating a process that speaks to equity and inclusion because we're looking at the process of being able to access resources and how to elevate and engage with our community partners on how to utilize those services. So thank you for that. And thank you to your team for helping and assisting in that process.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Before we go into the policy question, I just kind of want to say one thing. It sounds like in a couple of situations we've relied heavily on our partners for data, not just you, I think even also in some other departments. And I hope we all recognize that as we're sort of going through this change and getting more aligned with our strategic plan, that we've kind of been asking for information and help from our partners we're not remunerating them for. So as we walk through the budget discussions, which I know you're all in right now, bless you, I just want to remind us that some of these metrics we've been gathering are coming from organizations that are giving us some of this information really without, just because they're our partners. We haven't given them extra money for their time and energy. So I hope we think about that as we move forward and realize that, think about how we are gonna budget for those things. Your policy questions. What is the City Commission's vision for events in Lawrence for signature events, sports, tourism, and community events? If nobody minds, I'm going to belly flop into this one. I was on transient guest tax a million years ago when it started. And at that time, we kind of said, well, we want signature events to become self-sufficient over time. And so they set up kind of a 4 or 5 year process for that. And I really think over time, it's become apparent that there are certain events we expect in this community. We've come to rely on them every year. And I'll give an example, fireworks. Fireworks, we can't have fireworks in town, right? We can't shoot fireworks in town. You can out in the county. So if we're not going to allow people to shoot fireworks in town, then there's a certain expectation that we need to provide a public display. And as you, I'm sure, will be able to tell us, that's been difficult to organize, or it's not a money-making venture. The person who's been putting that on over the years, or even back before the transient guest tax, that was donated, $13,000 or somewhere in that range. It is not a money-making scheme, almost no matter what anyone has tried. So I think that would be an example to me of, let's say we had 5 signature events every year. City's just going to be one of the main partners in paying for that, because we don't want people setting off fireworks all over town. Other ones I would suggest, partly because we've come to expect them, because they are unique, because they are a little bit expensive. The horse parade, Busker Fest, they do have a lot of partners. They do have sponsorship, but over the years, it seems like fairly clear that it's not, these aren't things that can necessarily break even from a sort of business standpoint. So those are ones I would throw out instead of, well, I guess you could use transient guest tax if that's what you want to do, but rather than make them competitive with other things that are sports events that come and go every year, Olympics or whatever. But those are things we expect as a community. There's maybe 5 things. We'll just throw them out there, or powwow every year, whatever. So that's something I would throw out to the other commissioners that just as a jumping off point.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Have we done any sort of exploration of other communities about our size and kind of profile how they handle their signature events or anything of the sort?
I have little experience. Some of the folks in my department have a lot more experience than I do that came from larger departments and say Lenexa that hosted, I want to say it's Lenexa has a spinach festival annually. That's one of the big things of their community. Fireworks also coming out of Olathe. That's something that they host on their own. That's for us. Fireworks in City of Lawrence is a community event. It's like a park. If I can get sponsorships, and second time around, I think we're doing a better job of that. But that's something that has, I think, been a trademark of Lawrence since I was a kid. Granted, I could have walked in the stadium when I was a kid, when I was up at KU and paid $1 and watched fireworks, or I could have sat on the hill and watched it for free, and they might have gone around with a bucket and you collected donations. I think that's kind of been an expectation of Lawrence. And even when, 3 or 4 years ago when I was shot down at Bircham, it was seen all over the city. People were sitting on the bridge or sitting over on the levees. It's just part of our fabric, I think, of the community. But yes, signature events, we can be intentional. I think we can do some neat things. I have some people that are very creative, and I think it can bring in some revenue. So for example, an event organizer brought something last year. Could we do a Guinness Book of World Records cornhole tournament? And I thought, well, that's a neat idea. And for a change, it didn't have to be on Mass Street. And he was looking at, could we do it on Vermont Street? And I'm going, well, that's a neat idea. And so it's expanding our view of the world, what's signature and where. So your point, I'm probably blabbering too much, Commissioner Littlejohn, but yeah, I think there's some things we can do. And I think we're new in this field. We're not used to presenting big events. We've had discussions with Explore Lawrence, and I've looked at what other communities do. Some of them actually take part of their TGT funds and they'll put out a request for proposals, and it could be arts, cultural. We want you to, what out there could bring a music festival of Lawrence that might be 7 days, that might be a signature event for Lawrence if we get the right people to buy on. But you've got to be willing to bid that out. And maybe you could go to what Mayor Shipley said. They go, Lawrence was a great place. And then you don't need to give them as much money because they want to come here. It becomes established here. So that's been the goal. I would agree with you that that's not always the case. In particular, with some of these sporting events, they haven't weaned down. They still expect more.
Just curious. Thank you.
And I'd be very interested, what kind of signature events would you like to see?
All of them.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
All of them. That's a fantastic answer.
So Derek, to answer for me to answer your question, as far as the first bullet point is the city's vision, I'm kind of looking at this from a crosswalk standpoint. I think it depends on what level of activity you're thinking about. It could be something as less complex as a cornhole tournament, as something as major as a music festival, as you suggested. So, I mean, for me, I'm thinking about it as far as what levels you're looking at, as far as support, sponsorship, participation, what that looks like. And then I think the second piece of that is just a perspective of just funding. Where is the funding for this coming from? Is this funding coming from TGT? Is this funding coming from general fund? Are we looking at other leveraging arts and culture dollars? Is that going to be a competing value for some of our unmistakable partners. So I think for me, what a vision is for events, as long as I can dream to the moon. I think for me, what I'm looking at is are we looking at this from a perspective of multiple, like you said, multiple days where we're generating several days of sales tax, bed tax? Are we looking at events that encourage day trippers, certain demographics, things of that nature? So I think there's a lot that can go at play and crosswalk with that. As far as your second point of the community benefit, would the city commission like to see from these events? I think that speaks back to the indicators. Are we, is there something that from the results of the survey we can look at and ping as to being a community benefit? The example you gave was the skate park and the work that the group is doing to to donate an installation piece. Is there an opportunity to engage individuals in skating? That can be an event. I mean, is there an opportunity to do some type of local, regional skateboard tournament? Like LFK X Games. I don't know, something that can be a signature event that can bring something in, and that's a community benefit because you may be bringing an audience to it that's there. So, I mean, for me, I think it's a matter of can we utilize the resources that we already have and what groups we have here that have that unmistakable identity, and what can we do with them? Or is there something that we can engage with them to figure out what a community benefit is? I think the community benefit is based on where the community is not getting access that would want access.
Yeah. And to one of your points there, and we've had a few discussions as the strategic plan has changed with some of our community partners. We're working with our community partners to how can what they do best meet the strategic plan and outcome areas. And one of the discussion items that we have mentioned is there is a benefit to a day tripper to Lawrence. And how do we measure and capture that quality of that experience? They come to Lawrence, they go downtown, they have a nice dinner, and they go, downtown was really nice. I'm going to come back again. That one event may not generate a head and a bed, but it may generate more visitation and tourism to Lawrence. And so how do we capture that information? And just another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
So thank you, Commissioner Sellers.
Commissioner Finkeldine here. I would kind of echo that and say that for me, the unmistakable identity of Lawrence and our events is the number of them and the uniqueness of them. Certainly, some places like Wichita has the River Festival, which is a big event, or this, the Lenexa Spinach Days or whatever. Those are big, one large events that people get excited about, but they're not repeated. And what I think is great about Lawrence is you have the Arc to Go parade, then you have the Juneteenth parade, and then you have the pecking and fiddling competition, and then you have Busker Fest, and you have all these different events going all the time. And that's what I think makes our unmistakable identity. So, not that it's neither or, but if you said, do we want to fund a lot of events, a little bit, or a couple big events, although there might be more dollars and more, more sales tax or more heads and beds for a big event or two, I think what gives us our unmistakable identity is the number of events we have. And I like the idea of continuing to fund multiple events, probably at a small level. Obviously we could go on and list all the different ones, but I think that's what makes us unmistakable, and give us our identity is, something multiple times. And so I think we're going to keep funding those. I've mentioned this before. I think, of course, transit guest tax and using that proposal process, to a certain extent works. And it's important to have that open and transparent process where, we have some traditional events who want to come in for funding, and maybe they want to, make it a little better next year, so they want a little bit more money, or maybe they don't need as much money this year. But I'd also say, not all great ideas come at, the right time, to fit them to fill out an application and then be prepared 6 months later. I mean, and I think this is true, and I've said this before related to all of our goals. I think there should be some amount of money set aside that a good idea comes along, that the outcome team is able to say, we should fund this. This is going to work. And yes, it might be outside the timelines of the process. I don't want to go overboard here, but my point is, we want to keep those, and Commissioner Sellers mentioned it a little bit too, not everyone works on the same timeframes or knew when the application date was, or knew, that they had to apply, or they knew how to fill out the application in a way that got the votes, any of those things. But again, not to short circuit the process, but also to be ready to take advantage of those opportunities, especially when a community member comes. Like you said, some of our biggest events are done by the community, and we just kind of, are along for the ride. I think we want to be prepared to accept those. So, my 2 cents.
Sure. Okay.
Any other comments on, we're kind of on the first question, but the second question came up too. Any other comments on? I would kind of say, to piggyback on that, as far as the community benefit goes, I kind of mentioned it, and I think Commissioner Sellers did a little bit too. With transient guest tax, originally the idea was to be reinvesting money into things that were bringing in tourist dollars, as several of us has mentioned, right? Heads and beds. But some things just don't. Busker Fest is very regional and close, and kind of, as you said, generates day trips. It doesn't necessarily generate hotel stays. But I'm a mom, and I can tell you I heavily rely on having 3 days of stuff to do for free. And that is absolutely worth the investment that the city makes, because it's already hard enough in the summer to come up with things for your kids to do that are unique and interesting and that they're going to remember forever. So that's an investment. That's a community benefit. Does it generate a mountain of retail? Does it get a lot of outside hotel stays? Probably not, but it has a clear benefit. So I guess it's kind of the comment I would make about that as an example. Not that there aren't others. So I hate to bang on about Busker Fest, but there are certainly other things that I think POWs are another example of things that have come through transient guest tax, and some of them that are really important and are starting to become ones that people expect. Well, what's interesting about powwows is that there's kind of a circuit. People are traveling the country. They may be, couch surfing with friends. It's not necessarily you're not gonna necessarily turn out a giant retail report that shows, or even hotel stays. But you do become known regionally and even nationally as being supportive of the cultural aspects of that. And then certainly something that I learned that was unique in transient guest tax, which is kind of interesting in, the way the transient guest tax grant has kind of worked is, either to use that money for communications, right, to spread the word of the event, or other things. And with powwows, the draw is the reward money, right, for whoever wins or whoever wins their category. And that's kind of a cultural thing that was very hard for a transient guest tax group to understand, but was also very important for them to understand that that's different than a basketball tournament in a lot of ways, and to kind of turn their thinking about what the rewards and benefits are of that money. So I kind of wanted to say, there's these events that are different, have different benefits. Any other comments or questions for Derek?
Thank you, City Commissioners. Really appreciate your time this evening, and you do good work, and hope you have a good night.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you all on your team. If I can get back, we have been at the city commission here rolling along like this since 5:45. If I was a guessing man, my compatriots need a bit of a break. Is 10 minutes enough for everyone?
Yep.
8:13.
Sounds good.
Thank you, everyone. break. We are now moving on. Consider approving a request to rezone Z220049, approximately 0.52 acres from RS7 district to CS district located at 803 and 809 West 22nd Terrace. Is there a staff member here? Oh, there she is. Hey, Sandy.
Good evening, Sandy Day, Planning. The rezoning application has been submitted as a preliminary step in the multi-lot redevelopment project. The subject property includes 2 platted lots that are residentially zoned, located in the Centennial neighborhood. The property is located on the south side of West 22nd Terrace and includes existing residential surface parking lot. The improvements have been in place since about the 1960s. If approved, the property would be rezoned from RS7, which is a single-family residential zoning district, to CS, which is a commercial strip district, and combined with the 2 lots that are located along West 23rd Street, then redeveloped as a planned fast order food use. A copy of the concept plan is included in the packet for reference, and then an image on page 1 of the staff report shows how the 2 lots are currently zoned. And I will be referring to the staff report throughout this presentation. The surrounding land uses include the church to the north, which is zoned RS7, commercial uses that are located currently to the east and to the south along 23rd Street, which are zoned CS. The north and south sides of 22nd Terrace are zoned and developed with established homes. The existing church on the north side of West 22nd Terrace is also zoned RS7. And this is one of the few non-residential uses that would be permitted in the RS zoning district. West 22nd Terrace is a local street that terminates in a dead end. The current development practices would require a local street to terminate in a cul-de-sac with adequate turnaround for emergency apparatus, although that was not the design standard at the time this portion of the neighborhood was developed. A review of Plan 2040 is included in the staff report, and there are 2 sets of policies that are applicable to the proposed development and represent competing values within Plan 2040. And that is protecting the continuity of the existing neighborhood, but also the enhancement of existing retail commercial areas with reducing curb cuts, improving buffer yards and screening, and site development. Figures 1 and 2 found on page 4 of the staff report show the location of the property in context to the existing commercial corridor. There's no land use transition between uses along the 23rd Street corridor, commercial corridor, and the Centennial neighborhood. Those land uses abut each other in a back-to-back relationship. Typically, these uses are only separated with a solid fence, and that's reflective of the shallow depth of the commercial zoning that is found along the corridor. The proposed change creates the opportunity to redevelop a portion of the corridor with improved access by reducing the curb cuts along 23rd Street, developing an appropriate landscape buffer on the north side of the property for that portion of the area that abuts residential uses on 22nd Terrace. The northern neighborhood boundary extends up to 19th Street, and this area includes more intense residential land uses in the northwest and northeast corners of the neighborhood. Another significant land use located in the neighborhood is the school district properties that are located along Louisiana Street. Commercial uses are located along the 23rd Street corridor and follow platted lot lines and do not sawtooth their way in and out of the neighborhood as we see in some other types of commercial areas. Commercial node within this portion of the corridor is really located at that intersection of Louisiana Street and 23rd Street. And then interior residential streets within the neighborhood are developed with houses that front face each other along the length of the block faces, with the exception of the church, which is really kind of the unique outlier in this part of the neighborhood. Regarding neighborhood plans for the neighborhood, there is no existing neighborhood plan for this area. There is the 23rd Street Corridor Plan, which recommends consolidating access along the corridor, but it is not a land use plan as we typically think of them. The two lots included in the zoning request were developed in 63 and 66, the existing residence, and then the surface parking lot. The surface parking lot appears to have been previously served as potentially overflow parking for the church. I don't know the history of its ownership, of whether or not it was owned by the church initially and got sold off as a separate tract, or if it's always been a separate tract under a different ownership, and yet the parking lot was developed at some time. It was developed prior to any kind of site plan, so there's no real history on that piece of it. The existing development pattern within the neighborhood has been long established, with residential uses backing up to 23rd Street and following those subdivision boundaries. Approval of the request would result in the loss of one existing dwelling on 22nd Terrace, and removal of the existing surface lot would also be lost, and that represents a residential development opportunity, although none have come forward since the creation of that parking lot. The commercial boundary would be extended into the established fabric of that portion of the neighborhood. By rezoning the property can be consolidated with the lots along 23rd Street, and a modern, more appropriately sized building lot can be created, and an appropriately scaled buffer yard can be provided along the northern portion of the site where it transitions and intersects with the residential part of the neighborhood. And that buffer yard could definitely mitigate some of the commercial corridor activities. Also, by consolidating the lots, there is the opportunity to reduce the number of driveway curb cuts, and then have some vehicular improvement in the vehicular circulation along the corridor. Denial of the request would retain the existing dwelling unit on 22nd Terrace, but it does not necessarily guarantee the redevelopment of the parking lot into a future residence. Current zoning would permit the lot development to be considered for a detached dwelling. Denial of the request would also forgo any opportunity to create a substantial buffer along the boundary property between the commercial and residential uses that exist today. Redevelopment of small commercial lots, especially of the type found along the 23rd Street corridor on the north side, are significantly challenging. There are multiple communications that have been included in your commission packet. In the concept plan that was included in the packet is intended to be really referencing the concept of the idea of how this property might develop. It has not been reviewed for compliance with site planning. If the zoning is approved, additional review entitlements would be required for this property. That would include a minor subdivision and a site plan, and those documents would require a full traffic study, stormwater drainage study, downstream sanitary sewer study, along with a detailed landscape plan and lighting plan. Site plans are generally administrative, but they are also appealable to the city commission, and I bring this up to let the public know that there are multiple opportunities to engage in development review of the property. Lastly, I'd like to point out that there is a protest petition that was filed for this property. That protest petition is valid, and that means a minimum of 4 affirmative votes are required to approve the rezoning. Planning Commission considered this item at their regular meeting in April and forwarded a split vote of 3-3. I would remind you, as a public hearing item, that you probably also need to disclose any any ex parte communications for this item. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Let's go ahead and do the ex parte communications before we get into our questions. Are there need to declare?
Yeah, I met with Matt and his staff regarding this project. Yes, and I've also spoken to one of the neighbors. I can't remember their names. I'm sorry.
I have also spoken to one of the neighbors and also the developer, the staff.
I met with Matt and staff with Barbara Emerson.
Commissioner Finkeldye? Are you there?
Frozen?
Commissioner Finkeldye, are you there?
I think he's frozen.
Is he frozen? Oh no. Oh, while he's unfreezing, I also met with Matt Goff and his staff. I also spoke with Tom Harper.
There he is.
There he is. There he is.
Sorry about that. Drop off when you said, let's do ex parte communication. So,
It's your turn.
okay. I did meet with Matt Goff and Kate. And then, of course, I've got the emails that have been sent to all of us.
All right, thank you. All right, then are there any questions for staff at this time? I do, Sandy, Mayor Shipley, you said small lots like these, and I think you were referring to what on our maps is 810 and 802, are challenging to redevelop. Looking at them, I can imagine a few things if someone wanted to redevelop them individually or even just those two together. Can you give me a couple of examples of things that would be challenges for those to be redeveloped in a different way than we're looking at today?
Sandy Day, planning. I'm happy to give you some suggestions on this kind of development concept. Typically, you would start with the building and parking setbacks of those lots. So those would be measured from the property line. So from 23rd Street, typically you have a 25-foot building setback. You can potentially have a 15-foot parking lot setback. Right now, the lots along 23rd Street, they're probably almost 100% impervious. So redevelopment would require those lots to add much more open space, green space, permeable area within that lot. Any type of auto-oriented type of development typically needs the ability to move in and out for two-way traffic. Minimum width of a two-way aisle is 24 feet wide. Parking stall is typically 18 feet in depth. So by the time you start adding up all of those numbers, you really start ratcheting down the developable area. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Excuse me. The other component of all of that, excuse me. The other component that has to do with the landscape requirements. A type 2 buffer yard would be required along that north property line. And the depth of that buffer yard is typically anywhere from 15 to 25 feet deep. And the depth of that lot doesn't necessarily allow you to be able to do a deep buffer yard and still have space for the building, the parking, and the internal vehicular circulation.
If I may, Sandy, one more question. And to the extent that you're even allowed to, or we can really answer this question, since they have those kinds of restrictions and some of those things have changed since these were built, or codes have changed since these were built, to what extent could they be governed by, or to what extent would they have variances available to them based on their uniqueness?
There certainly is the ability to seek waivers and variances for the development. there are some simply practical limitations. A vehicle, an automotive related use that needs two-way traffic, you have some challenges in being able to provide that kind of circulation on a very narrow lot or a lot that doesn't have a very much depth to it. That's where consolidating lots, and certainly the two lots along 23rd Street, to be able to be consolidated and spread that access across the two lots would certainly be helpful. What we see in terms of waivers and reductions on these kinds of lots, and you'll see it up and down the 23rd Street, usually not much depth to the green space. It's usually fairly narrow, and it's almost, I think, ubiquitous with the use of a solid 6-foot fence as the buffer between the commercial and residential uses. So depending on the intensity of that commercial use on 23rd Street, it can be a little disrupting for residential uses when there's not that layering of buffering that you get between separation and fencing and landscaping working together.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff?
I had one as well. Just further edification for everyone. Did you have any additional information of why that parking lot has been a parking lot since the 60s and there haven't been no attempts to develop it?
Sandy Day planning, that's a very good and very interesting question. And part of the review during the zoning, as well as inquiries into that specific question, I don't have a reason why it's never redeveloped. I think it was probably actively used by the church, and this is maybe something that the property owner could speak to. If they have some history, I don't know if as the church ownership has changed, their need for that that additional parking, because there is parking on the other side of the church. So they may not actively need that, and that may be part of what's desirable to the current property owner to sell it as a part of the 4 total lots, as one of the 4 total lots that are proposed for redevelopment. But there's no record of any kind of site plan. We've not fielded any kind of questions from the public about developing it either as a residential or rezoning it individually into a commercial zoning. Now, that's not to say that something hasn't happened, that I just was not able to establish any record of that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? I see you, sir, and I know you have the answers, and I've seen you, and so I'm not forgetting you, but let us carry on, and then we'll ask you, and we'll give you extra time. Okay, thank you. I can clarify. I know. Thank you. Let us do our little process, and we'll give you time. Any other questions for commissioners?
Yeah, I have one more for Sandy. Could you go over that buffer zone you were talking about earlier again, please? The need for a buffer zone.
Is Sandy Day, I'm happy to. Current land development code requires that when you have certain zoning districts that abut one another, so when you have a commercial zone adjacent to a residential zone, you're required to provide a type of buffer yard. Code gives you a table or a matrix that says, depending on the intensity, so the more intense adjacent to the least intense, you would have maybe a type 2 or a type 3 landscape or buffer yard. And within that, the code gives the developer some choices to say that landscape buffer can be 15 feet wide, but if it's going to be 15 feet wide, it's going to be very densely landscaped. Or you can do a wider green space buffer yard that can be a little bit less dense. So every time you step up, when you add more distance, more space, that bigger, wider buffer yard, you can have less landscaping. As you shrink it up and make it smaller, you have to increase the number of plantings within that buffer yard. So there are choices and there are options. Along the 23rd Street corridor, a lot of the redevelopment that we have seen along the corridor further down the street, a lot of times those developments are working within certain parameters, or they're trying to use much of the existing pavement. Those buffer yards have not always been met, or there's been waivers. There is an opportunity to do what's called alternative compliance. And that alternative compliance is not a forgiveness of it, it is an alternative. So if somebody can't do 15 feet, but they could do 10 feet, well, instead of having to provide 4 trees and 10 shrubs, maybe they provide 6 trees and 17 shrubs in that 10 feet. So the code does flex to be able to allow options within there. It's just the smaller the lot, the more challenging it is to achieve those goals.
So, and I know this isn't that we're just looking at rezoning at this point in time, but they did provide a map of a proposed layout, and they were proposing in that a masonry wall. Is that something that's allowed as far as part of buffering?
Sandy Day, Planning Office. Yes, a buffering wall could also be used as a buffering technique and tool. It would require specific permitting. It would be incorporated into a site plan. So it is a possible remedy to doing something like that.
Is there a height limitation on that?
The limitation, and we're starting to get to the extent of what I can answer in this question. And I check with our development code staff. The 6 foot is something that they absolutely could permit, but it would have to be engineered. The applicant would have to provide the documentation on how that wall is going to be built, the structural components of it. It would be reviewed as part of the site plan, because the other pieces were, where is that wall going to be specifically sited on the property? Are we making sure that we're staying clear of any kind of utility easement or any kind of utilities that may be underground? So that's all the dynamics of the site plan review in coordination with building permit requirements for specifically the wall, as well as the building, and then all of the site plan review that goes along with that.
Okay. So once the buffering requirements have been set for a site plan, can that ever be altered like 5-10 years down the road and have more commercial built there?
Sandy Day Planning, it's possible. It's hard to envision. There's a lot of if-then kinds of scenarios that we get into, depending on what they would actually propose. There are some things that could be done through the subdivision plat, such as creating specific landscape easements. Easements can be vacated in the future as well, but you start articulating what the expectations are, and that helps in laying out that design. So those are options within that scope.
Thank you.
Oh, Randy, I'm sorry. Randy, did you have something? I don't have you. I can't see you, dear. Is there something you had for us?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. When we do the ex parte communications, we need to not only identify who you spoke to, but perhaps give a brief summary of what they discussed, or if it's not, or if it's already in the record, you can say what they discussed is in the record, so that everybody has even playing ground upon which they make the decision. So just in the event that there's further proceedings after this one, we go back and do that portion again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randy. Let's go ahead and do that. I did meet with Matt Goff and a member of his staff. I saw photos, which I believe are in this packet. I don't think I saw anything different or heard anything that was differently reported than they did in the planning commission meeting. And Tom Harper, a member of the neighborhood, expressed objections to this change, much the same as the neighborhood has. Other commissioners?
Yes, I spoke to Matt Goff and also Mitchell Reynolds, and basically just saw exactly what I'm seeing in front of me. And also talked to Mr. Floatman, and it was on the phone. He's a neighbor, and was essentially what I see in front of me as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing. My conversation with Matt Goff and his staff was just layout of their proposal. Again, same as what I'm seeing in the package here, and their desire to work with the neighborhood as much as possible. And then the neighbor that I spoke with, I believe it was Mr. Daniels, I think it was. And he had indicated his strong concern about the whole project and that he was definitely against it.
I met with Matt Goff and Kate Butler with Barbara Emerson, and they shared photos of the rezoning area in question this evening, as well as shared information about the company Dutch Brothers. And outside of that, just emails from constituents expressing their concerns with this agenda item.
I also met with Matt and Kate, and they gave me the information that's in the letter. And then I got the emails from the neighbors, which I believe all of them were in the packet, but certainly the information we have here.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Randy.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay. Help me out. Do we want to let the applicant speak first before we go to comment? Are you prepared?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Coal Valley Partners. I'd like to turn the podium over to Mr. Reynolds. We have a PDF that we have for visual aids that are on this computer somewhere, and we'll try to get that going, but may need a little. There we go. Thank you.
I can do full screen here. You're gonna need to share that through Zoom. Do you know how to do that? Zoom. Share screen. That. Share. Great.
Great. Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Mitchell Reynolds. I'm with Coal Valley Partners, a real estate development firm based in Portland, Oregon. First, I want to thank you for discussing our request to rezone these two parcels on 22nd Terrace from RS7 to commercial. We're under contract to purchase these two parcels and two adjacent parcels along 23rd Street. Our intent here is to combine all four parcels into one contiguous parcel, as Sandy pointed out, for the development and operation of a Dutch Bros coffee shop. The structure of this development is that Dutch Bros Coffee is signing a long-term lease that gives them the right to operate on the site for up to 30 years. The overall outcome of this rezone and development is a high-quality national tenant that will operate, create tax revenue, create jobs, and maintain this parcel for the foreseeable future. We chose this site based on our studies of high traffic volumes on 23rd Street, between 26,000 and 39,000 vehicles per day. As you can see, the existing CS tracks are smaller than the adjacent CS tracks to the east and west and are not large enough to allow for the redevelopment for a commercial user that can make use of the high traffic volume road. Hence why we are requesting the RS7 parcels to the north to be rezoned for the purposes of this development. The existing uses on the property are a CBD vape shop, title loan shop, single family home, and non-conforming use parking lot. All of the existing leases are month to month and are set to terminate at the end of the year. For those who are not familiar with the brand, Dutch Bros Coffee is an Oregon-based coffee shop with over 500 stores nationwide. It is a predominantly takeaway operation with some occasional on-site coffee and beverage consumption at the outdoor patio. Dutch Bros is very popular among college students and has a big following nationally through social media campaigns and the brand's vibrant and energetic staff. A big part of Dutch Brothers Coffee's success is their quick speed of service, which is maintained by runner employees with tablets taking orders along the middle sidewalk in the middle of the double drive-through. Drinks are made by the staff within the building and are picked up by the customer as they pull up to the drive-through window. There is also an optional escape lane, which allows for customers to exit the drive-through early in the event the drink is ready and a runner is able to bring the drink to the customer before they reach the drive-through window. The layout of the Dutch Bros Coffee drive-through and parking lot is designed to contain all of the drive-through customers without any cars spilling over onto West 23rd Street through the dual drive-through lanes. We are purposely routing traffic within the site as far away from the adjacent residences as possible through the 45-degree angled drive-through lane. It is important to note there is no outdoor microphone system and no speaker box for orders. This rezoning will complement the deeper commercial sector from Louisiana Street along West 23rd. While there is adjacent residential use, the current property is being used as a parking lot and has since the 1960s, which is a non-conforming use within RS7 zoning. Regarding the site plan and layout of the site, we are proposing a net reduction of one curb cut access point along West 23rd. We will remove the existing driveway on the west side of the property and will fill in the removed drive aisle with the sidewalk and landscaping, in line with the 23rd Street corridor study. Based on the city's requirement to buffer the project from adjacent residential zoning and West 22nd Terrace, the site plan contemplates an extensive landscaping buffer, complete with a winding walkway, benches, and a mixture of trees, shrubs, and plants, in addition to a 6-foot-high split-face block wall to buffer the sound and light from the Dutch Bros Coffee operation. If you see on the screen, the render kind of highlights there what that 6-foot wall would look like, and then a photo there of what the split-face block looks like, just so everyone can see that. In conjunction with the upkeep of the Dutch Bros Coffee site, this landscape buffer will be maintained by Dutch Bros and made to be enjoyed by the neighbors. With the substantial split-face block wall and landscaping buffer, the property will have a higher degree of separation between the commercial and residential components than currently exists. Our net goal here is to provide a new and exciting high tax revenue generating business to the city of Lawrence. This rezone to full commercial will be a quality addition to the city's infrastructure and will provide a quick and exciting option to get coffee and other blended drinks, while providing a significant landscape buffer and split-face block wall in the back for the separation of use groups. Additionally, we've spoken with Redemption Hill Church and are working with the city with the hopes of adding several true ADA parking spaces on the northeast boundary of our development for the use of the church. Once we have a successful rezone, as Sandy mentioned, we'll proceed with our administrative site plan review with the Lawrence Planning Office. During that process, we will work with their team to provide, review, and obtain approval for the more intricate elements of the site plan, and will assure that all elements meet or exceed the constraints of building, civil, and life safety codes. Based on the planning staff's review of this rezone in reference to Plan 2040 and the positive impacts that the proposed development will have on the planning and zoning characteristics of the 23rd Street corridor and the community, we are grateful for the recommendation of approval from planning staff. This development concept we are proposing is a compromise that is best for the community at large. I would like to thank the City Commission for the time to discuss this proposed rezone and look forward to answering any questions and responding to comments. I'm happy to stand for questions, and then Matt will explain the policy considerations related to our proposed rezone and the Dutch Bros development. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Butler sent a letter, it's in your packet. It's been a long-standing goal to revitalize 23rd Street. It's a gateway corridor. It originally developed in kind of a hodgepodge of strip zoning, the type of strip zoning that's really not in favor today. The 2 CS lots that we're talking about on the south side are perfect examples. They're too narrow, they're too short. Individually, they're obsolete. It's been the city's goal to reduce curb cuts and redevelop underutilized lots in order to make 23rd Street a vibrant corridor. This evening is an opportunity to redevelop 2 underutilized lots and replace 2 functionally obsolete buildings with the Dutch Bros coffee business. We understand and appreciate that we're asking you to take two residentially zoned lots and zone them to CS. One of those lots is a non-conforming parking lot that's been there since the 60s. If you go to the aerial photographs on the city GIS map, you can see all the way back and that it was a parking lot. But this application requires consideration of several policy factors. This project is a compromise. The proposed block wall and the landscape buffer will provide a meaningful separation between the new commercial use and the residential neighborhood. It'll ease the transition between those uses while still promoting infill, increasing the tax base, adding jobs, strengthening one of the city's most important retail corridors. The wall will help dampen sound. It will reduce the glare from headlights. It'll prevent pedestrian crossover between the Pocket Park and the new business to the south. The parking lot on 22nd Terrace, which is non-conforming, would be replaced by an attractive landscape buffer that would have the look and feel of a Pocket Park. So ultimately, this question is about whether a reasonable compromise can open a path to redevelopment on 23rd Street. What is best for Lawrence as a whole? Does this project further the city's goals? The redevelopment and revitalization of 23rd Street is important to the city. Promoting infill is important to the city. Replacing functionally obsolete buildings is important to the city. The proposed rezoning furthers every one of these goals. Rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and it has the recommendation of approval from the professional planning staff. The proposed compromise also protects against the intrusion of commercial uses into the residential realm and creates a separate pocket park. This park and this wall would be greater than any type 2 buffer. It merits your consideration. We'd ask that you approve this rezoning request. We're prepared to proceed immediately with the platting of the property, including a dedication of a landscape easement. The site plan would depict the wall. And as Kate's letter mentioned, the applicant would not oppose conditional zoning related to both the green space buffer and the wall. I'd like to reserve a minute or two at the end if there's any further questions or commentary, but otherwise I thank you for your time and I'll stand for questions.
Any further questions from commissioners?
Yeah, it's in just a quick couple questions. I know that you the applicant alluded to and said that this 23rd Street was chosen because of the traffic on it. I had an opportunity to view the Planning Commission video and minutes, and one of the things that came from it was, I don't know if I quite got an answer. There are other vacant spots along 23rd. Why this one in particular? I was just curious. And then my second question was, I know that the residents are very concerned about the noise and the light and the air from all of those cars and the footprint of the site itself. And I know that there's very limited space. And I was wondering if there was some area for it to be, is it compressed as it possibly can be, the footprint in there as well? So just two questions.
Yeah, so the first question was why this site?
Yeah.
And choosing any site's a function of several things. One, is it for sale?
Right.
And two, is it the right location and the right size and configuration? So I'm making some assumptions here that this was attractive because A, it was for sale, and the 4 lots together are the type of site that Dutch Bros would be looking for. The second question was whether the site could be compressed further, to compress that site so much that it only sits on the CS lots as they stand now, as Sandy mentioned in her report, makes it very difficult to route that traffic. Not saying it's impossible, but right. It's a very different type of site. And you talk about the type of buffer for a project like that. and a type 2 buffer with 15 or 20 feet, given the fact that these two CS lots are already the skinniest on the block,
Right.
it'd be very difficult to put a traditional type 2 buffer there. So what would you have? At best, you'd have a 6-foot wood fence like there is today, and you'd still have the cars around the site. And if you really think about the distance between the cars, that instead of going up and around and down as proposed, if they're just in this little circle, the distance for the neighbors, it's not that great. I mean, what are you really gaining by having an unbuffered wood fence on the existing site versus having a brick wall? I think a brick wall and a pocket park is better than having a wood fence any day of the week.
And no, I appreciate that. And just another quick question. Could you provide the distance? I'm looking at the most updated outlay for it and the visual for it. The distance from the residence to the west, from the closest point from that residence to the masonry wall itself. The distance.
Yeah, it'd be probably helpful to throw up that picture again that we had for our presentation. If
I just wanted to know exactly, including, the landscape and everything, how far away that property would be from the wall itself.
If it's feasible to put that back up, let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to share a screen. Now I'm sharing a screen at the city commission meeting. It's a new one for me. Okay, so I'm gonna try to zoom in.
It's all good.
All right, so here's the site plan. Hopefully this is coming through. What we're talking about, and I'm going to use the cursor. Here's the corner, the southeast corner of the most adjacent lot, and that's where the masonry wall ends. The property line as it sits today is somewhere here. Let me see if I can find that. There. See, there's an offset.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the difference between traffic coming in, around and over, and staying here.
Do you have like how many feet it would be?
I'll give you another point of reference. So this, from the red line to here on this line, is 40 feet.
Okay.
So, something close to that. I mean, if this is the closest place where a car is as proposed, the difference is going to be a line like this. So it's like a car length. I mean, car length, 2 car lengths difference in distance.
Thank you.
Fair? Yeah, fair.
Any other questions? Commissioners? Commissioner Fingold, I can't see you. Are you?
I think he's having some trouble.
Oh, no.
I think so.
I didn't intentionally kick him off the. Thank you.
Let's take a second, make sure he's
logging back in.
Is he getting back in?
Oh, Porter, he's.
He's only 3 blocks away. There he is.
Sorry about that. My video keeps freezing, but Matt, I heard everything you said, heard all the questions that Bart asked, but I just couldn't talk or move. But hopefully it'll fix itself soon.
Do you have any questions yourself, Commissioner?
I do not at this point.
Okay. I think with that, then we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. We'll start with the people in the room. Anyone who wants to give public comment?
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Larry Floatman. I want to use my little 10 minutes from, you said to give me more time. No, I'd just like to clarify one thing before I come back later on to verify things. The parking lot that you're in question about was bought from the previous owners of the church, not the Redemption Hill, to clarify that. So they were, Mr. Webb bought that from the church. With what we know, he's also able to buy the house next door to it. So that's where that came from at the time that he bought that parking lot. Does that clarify where it came from? That wasn't stated by Sandy. She didn't know where that came from, but I lived there since 1973. Okay, then I'll save comment for later on.
All right. Oh, yeah, I'll let you start over then when you're ready. Who's next for public comment?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Craig Daniels. And first, I'd like to, all the people that are against the zoning change, would they all raise their hands so we could represent how many of us are here that are opposed to the zoning change? These are all neighbors, by the way. Good evening, I'm Craig Daniels. It is important that everyone realize that this zoning change would be a new and unprecedented zoning change. As the existing deeper 23rd Street businesses align, not a single one abuts West 22nd Terrace. But the new zoning for the first time would allow that, setting precedents for others to expand further north to West 22nd Terrace. Is that the new plan for the 23rd Street corridor? As it exists now, the deeper commercial lots only exist near Louisiana Street, and those deeper lots end beyond the end of 22nd Terrace and are backed up by a ballpark. That commercial is property is beyond the end of 22nd Terrace and beyond the crest of a hill. Maybe it's appropriate to be deeper lots there, but to bring the double deeper lots onto our wonderful dead-end street is totally not aligned with Lawrence zoning intentions. It would be a disastrous precedent. Encroachment onto our street with two commercial lots would totally dominate our neighborhood. It may look okay on paper to advance a double deep commercial lot west for two more lots, but those lots are on our street. The existing double deep commercial lots, again, don't affect our neighborhood as they are up by the ballpark, not on our street. It is a completely new and different situation, not just an extension of an existing commercial strip. Moving this Louisiana street deepness down West 22nd Terrace, I do not believe complies with city planning zoning changes. So I ask, is the city planning future concept to deepen the commercial strip on 23rd Street to abut 22nd Terrace? The answer is no. Again, the city documents show westward encroachment has been turned down twice before. This would be a new and alarming precedent. And once it is allowed by the city, they will not be able to stop the domino effect it will have on our neighborhood. Having set precedent for 23rd Street to expand north to 22nd Terrace, setting this new alarming view of 23rd Street commercial strip. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Daniels.
Could we get that podium down so we can see? Yeah, thank you.
You have to hold it in.
Thank you.
So does deepening lots on 23rd Street improve the Centennial neighborhood? No, it does not. First and foremost, a neighborhood is for neighbors to live and not for expansion of commercial strips. Investment in existing commercial property should be prompted in lieu of bigger is better and destroying the residents' quality of life. The planning staff reported that this deeper lot configuration would be more flexible. You can see page 2 of city documents. Well, is that a good enough reason to do permanent damage to our property values with intense air pollution, sorry, it's been a long day, loud sound pollution, terrible light pollution at night, and not for 24 hours a day. All this is happening on West 22nd Terrace in our yards. This is our neighborhood too, not a pretty plot line on a piece of paper. On page 5 of the map for Plan 2040, it clearly shows no planned commercial strip development on these proposed properties. Historically, this neighborhood has been here 65 years, and now it seems that the history of my neighborhood is of no importance in lieu of this development into our beautiful, peaceful, dead-end street, where all the neighborhood kids play tag in the street, ride their bikes in the church parking lot, and play basketball in the street right outside my family home. We, as well as you, want a strong and vibrant community, and this change to our neighborhood does not serve that goal. Our dead-end street is a beautiful residential neighborhood because it ends in a residential dead end. It will lose its beautiful neighborhood look and sense of community we have since our dead-end street does currently end in a residential dead end and not a commercial structure. There is no buffer big enough to hide 30+ idling cars. This change do not maintain the form and pattern of the established neighborhoods, which is also a goal of Lawrence, Kansas. The form and pattern of not having a commercial strip abutting 22nd Terrace. The latest theory is to build nearly 200 lineal feet of masonry wall, trying to mitigate the encroachment. With this ugly block wall, you will need to mitigate your mitigation. If approved, it would be contrary to the Lawrence planning to prevent the erosion of the established neighborhoods by the encroachment of our land use, which again is a goal of Lawrence, Kansas. Does the proposed zoning change preserve and enhance the character and element of the existing neighborhood? No. The goal of Lawrence, Kansas does not seem to be being upheld with the proposed zoning change.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Maria Daniels. If these competing values for residential and commercial development rezonings into the long-established, historic, beautiful residential neighborhood should be limited according to the Lawrence planning. Following Lawrence, Kansas guidelines, Plan 24 supports expansion of land use pattern only in limited instances. Does this change comply? Does a double drive-through with a disposable building qualify as only in limited instances? No, I don't believe so. The city wants to encourage development of existing commercial areas, but that should not include rezoning residential areas. That's no longer working with existing commercial spaces. No kind of screening can hide a 30+ idling car all lit up and using noisy drive-through in our side yard. This is not the same normal quiet business. Would you allow a 2-lane drive-through in your side yard on your street? We sent a photo by email, perhaps it's in your packet, and it shows the west property line screening as it is in currently bad repair. No matter the materials used, major continual maintenance will be required. Who will be signing an agreement with the city or neighborhood to maintain this buffer
as it will fall into despair as soon as a business is not occupying the property. If zoning changes is approved, any business can take on a lease tomorrow with completely different layout and buffer. The city can't enforce these so-called upgrades. Any developer, this one or a future one, possibly even tomorrow, can change these screening definitions very easily. Again, it's important to develop existing commercial property, but not by rezoning a residential area. This does not respect the neighborhood and would be a terrible precedent. Your own standards require expansion of commercial strip development in only limited instances and only when compatible with surrounding zoning. Is it compatible if you have to intrude into and rezone residential property with some weird screening? Even though this proposed zoning change may offer one way to redevelop a portion of the 23rd Street commercial strip, there are many other ways to develop it in its existing zoning. Again, all of the others on 23rd Street do it without encroaching into the neighborhood on West 22nd Terrace. Having a commercial strip behind our home along 23rd Street is a lot different than having a commercial strip in our neighborhood street in our side yard. No amount of screening could hide such an eyesore in anyone's neighborhood. The screening itself will be an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Katie Daniels. Even though our petition isn't very large at 20.7%, it is due mostly to the fact that the church owns a large amount of residential property on our street. Yet the church feels they need to stay neutral in the subject. So the low land mass percentage is misleading, as all of the homeowners within 200 feet of the zoning requirement did sign the rezoning protest petition. That is very significant. Most of them are here today. Why isn't this about improving the existing conditions? The current property owner should improve the existing property. This is not just a continuation of the existing commercial strip on West 23rd Street. The zoning change would allow for the first time to bring the commercial strip on West 23rd Street north to West 22nd Terrace. This would be a new precedent in Lawrence, Kansas neighborhoods, because it would be a completely new configuration of zoning down 23rd Street. The city may not net the typical amount of tax increase, since the residential property taxing value will actually go down on West 22nd Terrace. Using increased taxes of commercial property as a reasonable reason for encroachment is not complying with city encroachment planning, which is to use zoning changes for improvement of the community, and then only in, quote, limited situations, as stated in the city planning documents. The city zoning changes provide an opportunity to reduce the number of access driveways on 23rd Street, but at the expense of the homeowners in this area. As staff reports on page 12, quote, further encroachment of zoning districts to the west into the residential portion of our neighborhood is not recommended, end quote. That is because the staff knows that it is detrimental to any neighborhood. Why is this okay just once? It's not. By doing this, the city would be doing exactly what the planning staff says they do not recommend. Again, quote from page 12, further encroachment of this zoning district to the west into the residential portion of the neighborhood is not recommended, end quote. I believe it is Lawrence planning goal to, quote, protect and improve the character and appearance of existing residential neighborhoods to sustain their values and enhance their quality of life, end quote. Embrace our neighborhood, protect it. It will make you proud someday. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Schulteis, and I'm the listing agent for the property. I believe the rezoning request should be approved because this site is currently the only site on the market that fits all of Dutch Brothers' site plan needs, and they will be bringing immense economic and social value to Lawrence. In a time of economic uncertainty, they'll be adding new jobs and increased tax revenue for the city of Lawrence. Not only does it make sense economically, but it also will benefit the community in other ways. Dutch Brothers has very similar values to the citizens living in Lawrence. Every February, $1 from every drink at Dutch Brothers is donated to local organizations that fight food insecurity in our community. And every September, $1 from every drink will be donated to nonprofit organizations helping to create brighter futures for local kids. On a national level, they also raise funds for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. I've seen Coal Valley Partners multiple times redraw the site plans, each time pursuing a better site plan that goes above and beyond what is normally expected. Between the installation of their split face brick wall and the mature trees and shrubs that will be planted, those improvements will do far better at reducing sound and light pollution coming from 23rd Street than the current fence and empty parking lot that's currently on the site. I also think that a community accessible park with some green space and a walking trail will be much more usable to the local community than a privately owned parking lot and a residential house. The high quality split face brick wall and the trees planted will likely be there far after all of us are gone. On Dutch Brothers' website, it states, "We are committed to creating a better future for each of our employees, customers, and communities." Dutch Brothers is an organization focused on philanthropy, sustainability, diversity, equity, and inclusion, all things that Lawrence prides itself upon. I truly believe that this is the best potential use for the site for everyone in the community, and that's why I'm in support of this rezoning request. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any further comments in the room?
Yes. Good evening, Commission. My name is Scott Unikas, and my wife Stephanie and I have owned the house at 828 West 22nd Terrace since 2004. We've been in Lawrence since the late 90s. We're rearing our 3 girls in the house, and we love the character of the neighborhood. I'm here to voice my objective to the proposed rezoning of 803 and 804 or 809 West 22nd Terrace. I do not agree that the proposal balances or conforms with the city's Plan 2040. It does not conform with residential goals 1 or 2. Craig did a good job of mentioning that. Tearing down existing housing and encroaching onto West 22nd Terrace does not strengthen the Centennial's neighborhood ties to the larger community or encourage the vibrant neighborhoods that have distinctive identities. Does not maintain the form and pattern of the established neighborhood. As for the commercial criteria, goal number 1 in Plan 2040 is to encourage improvement and redevelopment of existing commercial areas. And goal 5.11 is to expand commercial strip development only in limited instances along existing commercial corridors when compatible with surrounding zoning. This development, as Craig pointed out, crosses a crucial threshold by expanding the existing strip commercial development onto West 22nd Terrace. Currently, the business is back up to the green space and the baseball field. And while staff's report states that further encroachment is not recommended, what is there to stop it? The clear demarcation is no commercial property fronting 22nd Terrace. And from the planning commission or the planner earlier, it sounds like it's very hard to develop unless you come on to 22nd Terrace further down. There's an empty Pizza Hut. There's multiple empty lots along 23rd Terrace or 23rd Terrace, 23rd. You know, as for the developers' plan and arguments for development, I appreciate they're revisiting the buffer and others trying to work with the community, but it's just them. Staff's own report in Section 9 states approval of the request does not guarantee a specific development outcome. Our objections are not to Dutch Brothers specifically, but to the encroachment of commercially zoned property onto West 22nd Terrace. Once it's zoned commercial, it's commercial. You know, he said there's no guarantee that buffer space will be where it is. There's no guarantee Dutch Brothers is going to be around in 30 years. I know maybe, who knows? Sprint just built a building right down the way and evacuated it in 6 months. So you don't know businesses 10 years, 15 years down the road. Once it's commercial, it's commercial. And then earlier in the packet, the developer's inspiration in that the status quo is undesirable. I don't know why the current house would remain, and Lawrence kind of needs housing. You're tearing down an affordable house right in the middle of the city. And the parking lot, Larry probably have more on it, is never got a chance to be developed because the church bought it in 66 and didn't sell it till 21. They used it as a parking lot. In conclusion, I don't oppose developing the existing commercial lots. I'm opposed to encroachment on commercial. And honestly, I don't want a wall. I would rather have houses and a fence.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room?
Thank you again, Commissioners. My name is Larry Floatman. I live at 822 West 22nd Street Terrace. I've lived there since 1973, so I've seen a little of the history of this zoning. Obviously, you can see I'm speaking in opposition to this zoning. The 22nd Street Terrace, this block, 800 block, has been one of the better blocks of that whole neighborhood, and it's been well maintained by all the residents in that block. You've heard a lot already about the noise, the exhaust fumes, the lighting problems that would be inherent in this project. And like I said, we're not opposed to the company that's doing this, but we are opposed to the rezoning on this. If this area is rezoned in the future, like Scott just said, you don't know what can happen. If you go on 23rd Street from Mosdale to the R800 block, there are several already examples of empty businesses. These include the Sprint building, the cycle shop, the old Pizza Hut, Qdoba, and just recently here, a place called the Car Toys is vacant properties along 23rd Street. So businesses come, business go. So in the future, you don't know what could happen in the future. They want to be there for 20 years, 30 years, they might be. But I noticed also that there's a few other coffee companies that are coming to our town here just most recently here. The final point I'd like to make is that the church, Redemption Hill, has been a very good neighbor. They've taken a neutral stand on this project, which I understand. They hope to benefit by the ADA, possibly. I didn't see that on the site plan, quite frankly, that their development on that buffer area that's going to have, I don't know how many plans, but you got to understand, the churches use basically no more than probably about 20 hours a week. We live there 24/7. So that's our process that we have to live with. So I just pose this last question to you, is to each of you, would you like this right next door to you with the lights, the noise, the buffer that is not consistent? So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I'm Bernice Floatman, and I live at 822 West 22nd Terrace, and I'm with that gentleman that said he'd lived there since 73. That's me too. It's just, thank you for listening to my concern. If approval is given for the rezoning request in the 800 block, approval now to designate the area to commercial will be an encroachment that we neighbors find difficult to accept. Once you fill the current 2 lots on 22nd Terrace with businesses, what's to stop the request in the future to extend to the houses west on 22nd Terrace, maybe get all the way to Alabama? Approval to commercial will cause our property to be devalued. The devalued cost of our homes leaves us with less dollars in our asset plan. Those dollars were going to take us to a time we needed to move into a care home. Even though our home would be devalued, our taxes continue to increase. We work hard to maintain the value of our homes. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
My name's Alan Vitt. I've lived on the neighborhood and
first I moved to 815 West 22nd Terrace in 1995, and then I moved across the street to 816 West 22nd Terrace in 2003 because I like the neighborhood and it's a quiet neighborhood on Dead End Street. And so, you have to bear with me, I'm not a public speaker or anything, so a little bit out of my comfort zone. But yeah, so I can't really expand too much more on what's already been said by my neighbors. I mean, they brought up good points. I would just like to confirm that, yeah, we're concerned about the encroachment by, those two lots being rezoned. And like it's been said before that, once it's rezoned commercial, it's not likely to revert or that's more or less permanent. And so just the fact that there's no guarantee as far as, what's going to happen long-term with the, just the buffer zone and just the lots themselves as far as any future outcome of what can happen. Like it was mentioned, they want to stay in, they're got a 30-year lease or agreement or whatever, but who knows what the future holds as far as guarantees and as far as something else happening with those properties. But anyway, the main thing is just there's no guarantee on what will happen long term with the buffer. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, city commissioners, and city staff, thank you for providing us a forum to discuss this important request from Dutch Brothers Coffee to rezone two residential lots, 803 and 809 West 22nd Terrace, into commercial zoning. The vote you take tonight will determine whether this business and all subsequent businesses that will reside on this site will negatively impact our neighborhood and every property owner near the proposed site. If this rezoning is approved, it will also set a precedent for future commercial development on the 23rd Street corridor that could encroach more into our residentially zoned neighborhood. The question we must ask, is the benefit of a drive-through coffee shop worth the sacrifices our neighborhood and nearby property owners will endure? Is it worth it? Is it fair? I argue it is not. Frankly, it is disrespectful for Dutch Brothers Coffee to place us in this position. I welcome them to our community. However, they need to find another site. Certainly, there are other commercially zoned sites that do not involve encroaching a drive-through business into a residential neighborhood. In the materials provided by city staff, Dutch Brothers Coffee states, through careful review of Plan 2040, the proposed rezoning and commercial development will provide an economically sound and architecturally attractive new commercial property to serve the surrounding existing future 23rd Street corridor and Centennial neighborhood, while providing mobility and access and site design. Let's call out the obvious. There's no amount of mitigation in their site plans that can thwart the negative aspects of Dutch Brothers Coffee into our neighborhood. There will be light pollution and constant noise pollution with engines and car radios. Vehicles will contribute to environmental pollution while they idle waiting for coffee, emitting exhaust into our community and homes. As a realtor with 21 years experience, I can state with certainty all properties nearby will become less desirable, thus losing value. That is a fact. A small buffer area with vegetation and a concrete wall will not mitigate the harm this business will bring to our neighborhood. I urge Dutch Brothers to go back to the drawing board and start scouting for other locations in Lawrence where they do not need to rezone residential lots into commercial. When they locate a suitable commercially zoned property, perhaps they would not need to hire legal counsel to justify their encroachment. Many thanks to the neighbors for organizing so quickly and filing a valid protest petition. Fortunately, this means it takes 4 votes to approve the rezoning. Thank you for your service to our city and careful consideration.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the room?
If there's nobody else, I do want to just draw attention to a couple of things that have been said. First, the individuals over on this side that are with Dutch Brothers told you that this was approved by the Planning Commission. Scott and I were over here talking. He ran out of time and he meant to bring that up. The Planning Commission sent this to you 3-3. It has not been approved by the Planning Commission. And then our own 2040 plan says no commercial strip. It says commercial strip should be very limited and done within current boundaries. So I think you have 2 reasons right there to vote no on this.
Thank you. Let's just double check. There's no one else in the room who wants to comment before we go to any online speakers. Okay, is there anyone online who would like to speak to this item? Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm going to support this project because, okay, first of all, there's a parking lot there. And I think the neighbors are okay with the parking lot because no one's using it. But you all should be asking yourselves, what if people were actually using that parking lot? If people were using that parking lot, how is that worse than people using it to park while waiting for coffee? Because I don't think how much of a buffer is there with that parking lot now if it was being used. I don't think the neighbors would like it at all if it was being used, but why can't it be used since someone approved it to be there? And also they were mentioned, why can't they use one of the other empty buildings on 23rd Street? And I work at a building on 23rd Street. And so like let's say the Sprint building where it used to be Taco John. Well, there's a house right next to that. So why is it okay for that house to endure the noise from the business on 23rd? There's buildings right there's apartment like duplexes right behind like Taco Bell. I mean, they deal with the noise, and this new place, they're gonna put a buffer for the noise. Like, I don't know, I don't see how everyone else on 22nd Terrace further down has been dealing with the drive-throughs, but we can't put one there. Also, when it comes to car emissions, I work at the drive-through I work at a place that has a drive-through as a delivery driver. And I'll admit, sometimes I'm a bad employee and I see a long lines. I stay in my car with the windows down, but I never have any problem with car exhaust fumes. And I'm sitting there in the parking lot, so I don't think that's actually a valid reason. So, and also, there's mention like all these homeowners are against it, but how many renters? There's a lot of renters on 22nd Terrace. I've delivered to them, and how many of them are here saying they are against this, or is this just all homeowners that are against this? And I would just ask, what good is an empty parking lot doing the city? We have someone that's gonna do something with the parking lot, because that part, what has that parking lot done for, what is it contributing to the strategic plan? You want infill. What's that empty parking lot doing for you now? Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Stephen Parker.
Hi, my name is Stephen Parker, and I'm one of the pastors here at Redemption Hill. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Just wanted to say thank you to you guys. I know you guys are elected officials. We pray for you guys and are grateful for all your time and effort. I know it's a late night for you guys. As was mentioned, as a church body, we represent a whole congregation. And so there wasn't necessarily a position that we took on this, but I did want to answer maybe a little more detail some of the questions that were asked about the parking lot. Our church, Redemption Hill, purchased this building back in October of 2020. The previous church was Cornerstone Baptist Church. And in an effort to relocate for their congregation size, they sold that parking lot to the south that's currently being rezoned prior to selling the lot that we purchased, which is the eastern 1 acre lot, the church building we're on, and the parking lot to the north of the existing church building. Historically, that lot was built there because the only handicap front door type access to the main level of the church building is on the south side. So that was built there to really be the front parking lot of the church originally, and that's how the construction of the building sits today. When we bought it, we were told that that lot was not going to be part of the purchase because it was no longer owned by the church, but it was sold to somebody else who made an agreement that he would buy it and let them use it as needed for services. So we knew that that was property we didn't own. And so we're kind of deferring to you guys and your expertise of what would be best for the city and what would be needed moving forward. But I really appreciated Commissioner Littlejohn's comments about condensing. It seems like when you looked at the packet, there was a distance difference of 130 from 23rd to the back of that new commercial lot that they're looking to purchase. And the lot to the east on 23rd was 160. So it seems like if there was some sort of compromise that would allow them to increase the distance for what they need, but not encroach into the neighborhood and get rid of a house in a parking lot, that would be a better compromise. But we're interested to learn about the process, grateful for your time and your expertise and effort, and wanted to make sure to be present in case you had any questions for us as owners and neighbors of this rezoning project. Thanks.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Okay, no.
Looks like somebody just popped.
Oh,
I think we just let them in, so I don't want to miss them.
Kelly McIver.
oh, okay. We see you.
Cool. Hi, I'm Kelly McIver. I'm the homeowner of 815 West 22nd Terrace, which is the house right next to the residential lots in question. And I know there's been a lot of talk tonight, but I cannot walk away not leaving any stone unturned on such an important issue to me. And we just saw the Coal Valley lawyer's letter added yesterday, and so I want to make some comments on that. So I'll keep it fast. Pages 291 and 296, if you're able to look at those artist renderings that they sent you. I feel like we're all trying to figure out a way to get this square peg project into a round hole location. So at the bottom of page 291, their rendering at first glance looks great, clean and nice and clean, but it's not a true representation of a 6-foot barrier. Since a typical car roof is 4.5 feet high, the scale wise, this is more of an 8 to 9 foot barrier. And they didn't give us a rendering of the more important side for visual representation, the West 22nd Terrace side, where they say it'll be more visually appealing than the currently existing parking lot that nobody had a problem with before. Imagine this same barrier you're seeing on page 291 from the other side. And granted, there will be some landscaping planted around, but is that ever going to be enough to disguise the largesse of this barrier to where it doesn't look and feel like it's the back end of a commercial business on our street? Page 296 has the other artist rendering. And looking from the 23rd Street towards the north, you can see on the left-hand side, the little dark barrier in the back. That is a more realistic 6-foot wall rendering, and you can see that that's not going to hold back car emissions from my property or light or sound. Somewhat of a visual buffer is likely to exist from the 22nd Street Terrace side, yes, but a buffer to all the activity going on behind it, no. And Coal Valley cannot give us an example of how they've been able to integrate into a residential area similar to this, alongside a residence with retaining walls and how it looks in a residential area, because they've never done one before. They said this kind of buffer is a first for them. So are we going to be their learning curve project? They give us pictures of some current blight with graffiti on the fences, and they say the existing buildings are experiencing conditions of blight. That blight is by the same owner who's hoping to pass this rezoning through. And why would we think there wouldn't end up being some blight around the backside of this new barrier wall, the barrier wall that would be right down by our street? $2.25 million in sales sounds fabulous. How many cars is coming through next door on a daily basis to make that number? And there's a lot of talking there about tax incentives and charity. Great stuff. Do that somewhere else on 23rd. They say rezoning will not detrimentally affect nearby properties because of the buffer. My property's value and my ability to fully use my property would be affected. It essentially turns my backyard into a non-usable buffer zone. And the visual of a 2 lots long buffer wall to our neighborhood is a detrimental effect. Square peg, strong welcoming neighborhoods, creating a community where all enjoy life and feel at home. Square peg, round hole, not the right fit. Please don't. Thanks.
Seven more.
Yeah.
Christina Johnson.
Christine Johnson, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't find the mute and I can't find the video, but I've got just a short piece. Just wanted to remind you, I think Commissioner Littlejohn said he reviewed the planning commission's tape, their meeting. Just want to remind you, it was very clear that even one commissioner who went ahead and approved said he was just right on the border. So I don't want you to forget, because I'm new to all this and I didn't realize, how the process went, that that it's not the same people hearing all of this information. So I feel like I just wanted to remind people of that. I also wanted to, I hate to be snarky, but I believe Larry mentioned 20 hours a week, maybe the parking lot is used, and those cars are turned off when they're parked there. We're not talking about up to, their drawing shows 30 cars anytime, 24/7. It's a big difference. So I hope you don't approve this. Thank you.
Kathleen Blackburn.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Kathy Blackburn and I'm a Lawrence resident. I feel like we're all on the same page that we want what's best for the city of Lawrence. We might want growth on 23rd Street, but 23rd Street will survive not having this change. I know we always love to have new businesses in Lawrence, absolutely, but there are other available sites on 23rd Street where you don't have to rezone and encroach into a residential neighborhood to do so. This would be an inappropriate placement of a commercial project. I'm sure the John A. Webb Trust would love to sell all 4 properties at once, but it will also survive not having this change. There will continue to be a return on investments on all of those fully rented properties as they are currently zoned, which means they're all being used. So, which is what John Webb invested in when he purchased them, residential properties. However, the residential neighborhood won't survive as well were this to change to a commercial zone. Aside from the obvious immediate diminishment in property values, there is a diminishment in their quality of life on their street. Their street would be dead before the dead end of the street itself. No matter how pretty and appealing Coal Valley says they'll make it, it'll be dead and blight before the end of the block. You've seen what happens to commercial buffer zones over time, no matter how pretty the plans and the pledge at the top. Dress it up as much as you want, it'll still be the back end of a business appearing on a residential street. Please do not rezone those 2 lots and put this project somewhere else in town. Also, I was going to mention, because I sat in on the planning meeting and it was a split vote, 3-3. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Are there any other comments online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, great. Let's bring it back to the commission. Any further questions or discussion?
Sorry, I seem to be dominating this. I just had a quick question, alluding to what many of the residents said in terms of the landscaping and the maintaining of the property behind the fence. You said that, Dutch Brothers was looking to get into a 30-year lease. Are there any other assurances that you can give folks that, one, that line will be maintained, and two, that landscaping will be maintained? Because that's a pretty valid question.
Thank you, Commissioner Mankoff. Aside from the fact that there'd been a contractual agreement with Dutch Bros, site plan compliance is always something that's an option for city to enforce. If the site plan says there'll be trees and landscaping, and if they're not maintained, they can be made to be replanted. That's why we have site plans with landscaping. So if they're not fulfilling their obligation per the site plan, the city has enforcement rights to make sure that they do.
Thank you.
If you don't mind a follow-up on that, either for Sandy or Jeff or code enforcement. I don't know if there's anyone with code enforcement here. And as a matter of fact, right adjacent to that neighborhood, it's a rather large building that someone out of the blue repainted and redesigned and ripped out every single tree and shrub that it had and did not replace them. I did kind of dig around a little bit and ask, hey, what's up with that? What does that mean? So does someone from staff want to talk about the realities of enforcement in a situation like this, if it was 10 or 20 years down the road?
Sandy Day, planning. I can start, and unless Jeff wants to lead off with this. Enforcement is definitely one of those tools that we have in our toolbox to require developers and property owners to maintain their properties. Our first course of action generally is to work with the property owner to gain voluntary compliance. At the extreme end of that is, I think, really using our options in court to require those things to happen.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Sandy's right. It does go kind of an extreme end as a possibility there. The development code does require people to maintain and keep up the landscaping as approved on the site plans or their associated landscaping plans. So if a site plan was submitted and had 4 trees, it is expected those 4 trees to be there. If one of those trees does happen to not make it through a winter or something should happen to it, then the tree would be replaced. That is the expectation of the site plan. We do have code and compliance teams that go out and take a look at that. We have people that call us in and let us know this tree is not made it, or this landscaping is not meeting where that site plan should be. And we will go out and have discussions and try to get that fixed and put back in place. But it is a function of the site planning component for the landscaping plans.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? I have one. I want to. No, we're having our discussion at this time. We may want to ask you a question later. That's up to the commissioners. We're just having our discussion now. My question may be for Jeff and or Randy. Can we talk about what precedent actually means in planning in a situation like this?
Mayor, if I understand your question right, the precedent for an action or the precedent for the site plan?
Well, my recollection from some other projects or the Board of Zoning Appeals is that allowing one project with certain parameters does not open the door for projects with similar parameters anywhere else. Am I misunderstanding that?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Literally all these cases are decided on their own facts. You can use other decisions made on other things that are similar, perhaps, as the guide. You need to look at each of these under the golden factors and apply it to the property as it is, and each property stands on its own. So, they are decided on their own factors.
Thank you. And then I think this would probably be for Jeff. I mean, there were several comments that once something is zoned differently, it can't go back. But I feel like in the last few years, we've seen things that were industrial or commercial that were zoned residential because after 20 years or whatever, no one ever used it. Does the change of zoning go more than one direction? Are there more possibilities here than we're currently looking at?
Yes, a change of zoning can go in multiple directions. It just depends on what the applicant would propose and submit. And you're right, we've seen properties go from residential, or excuse me, from industrial to residential. We've seen properties go from commercial to industrial. So they can go back and forth across the zoning districts. It does just take the action of the governing body to approve it over time.
Just out of curiosity, if something like this were to be residential instead, based sort of on the square footage, it's RS, well, those two lots are RS7 now. How high a density could those four lots together provide housing if a completely imaginary and magical project came along? How much density could we get out of that square footage?
It would just depend on the zoning district that was applied to it. So, RS7 districts require lots of a minimum of 7,000 square feet for a detached dwelling or a residential use to be there. It goes to the RM zoning district, then it is a little bit of a different calculation. It's dwelling units per acre. So anywhere up to, depending upon how much acres there is, it could be 32 dwelling units per acre as the highest under the code. But if you'd like, I can do a quick calculation for the area, but it might take me just a minute to get that computed for you.
Sure, I would have a backup question for that too, and I know you'll know the answer, which is, in a situation like that, what would the parking for something like, how many cars would we need to provide for in the highest density scenario?
Sandy Day planning, I've actually played with these numbers just a little bit. If we have roughly 1 acre of land with the 4 lots combined, and I think that's kind of plus or minus where we're at, you do have to make an assumption about what that base zoning district is. So if we make the assumption that the property, all 4 lots, are rezoned to RM32, so that's change in zoning for both properties. Maximum density, 1 acre, you could get 32 dwelling units. The parking under conventional zoning would be set out at 1 space per bedroom plus 1 space per 10 units. At 32 units, we're talking about 4 guest spaces. If they're all 1-bedroom units, then it's 32 parking spaces. If they're 2 bedrooms, then it's 64 parking spaces. So there's a lot of computations that we can, scenario playing that we can do with this. Can you get additional density? Yes, you could. If you retain the RS7 zoning on those 2 lots. What's very interesting about those 2 lots is they have more depth along the block face than the lots to the west by about 35-ish feet. You could do a keep the 1 detached dwelling, pull up the parking lot, build another detached dwelling. You're allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit in the RS7 district. If you retain the CS zoning, you can do a mixed use project. Now, again, you'd have that same scenario where you could have, you have to have a 50-50 ratio in the CS district, where you'd have ground floor non-residential, so that could be commercial or office, most likely, and then some apartments above that. And then you've got to provide that parking. So again, is that 1 bedroom? Is that 2 bedroom? What's the parking for the retail? So you can start playing with numbers very fast to get some different things. To do a mixed use development within just the 2 CS lots. I'd be surprised if you got more than 3 or 4 units because of that 50-50 split. So however much square feet you have of the multifamily, you'd have to have a similar square footage of commercial. Can you make that work? Can you, what commercial tenant can you get in there? What's the parking for that? It's probably going to be 1 space to 200 square feet, 1 space to 300 square feet. Does that help at all, or have I completely muddled it?
No, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Finkel.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Finkel, real quick. Sandy, kind of on that calculation point, given that this has limited, well, no indoor seating, only outdoor seating, it does look like there's a lot of parking spots. Is that because of the number of employees, or is that because of our base calculation? Or
Sandy Day Planning Office. So again, and this is why I've kind of said it in the staff report and I've said it in the presentation, staff did not review that concept plan as a site plan. I noticed that there was a lot of surface parking as well. Parking for fast order food uses is required at 1 space per employee at maximum shift, and then 1 space per 100 square feet of customer service area. I believe those are the right numbers. That if that document had been submitted to me as a site plan, that is probably a comment I would make. The revised parking chapter allows you to do a range of parking where you're 90 to 110% of what that required parking is. So let's, for the moment, assume that we have 1 space per employee at maximum shift, and they have 10 employees at maximum shift. They need to have 10 off-street parking. If they've got that outdoor seating and that's 100 square feet, then you have to have 1 parking space. So that's a total of 11 parking spaces. And please know, I'm just picking these numbers out randomly. So then we apply the parking code, and it says you can have up to 110% of that, so that, you gain another parking space or 2. So generously, maybe it's 14 parking spaces. And if they're showing me a plan of 18 parking spaces, I would say this is overparked. Now the applicant could go through some kind of justification process to request a waiver. It may be more than a staff can support, and they would actually have to take that to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We don't generally have too many items going to Board of Zoning Appeals for excess parking. We typically see them when there is insufficient parking. So the other dynamic with that particular site plan was, and this came up in a discussion about stormwater, is how much impervious surface exists on the 4 lots today. 3 of the 4 lots are substantially paved. That would not be permitted. So, there's also a stormwater component that would have to be provided for a development. And so that's going to eke into some of that developable space. So there's a lot of different components that play into what that site ultimately is going to look at. So having those concept plans, I think, is very helpful in trying to target conversations, but we do need to be cautious that it is not the site plan, that component that is in front of you tonight.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from discussion?
Yeah, thank you for that, Sandra, because that's kind of what I was trying to get to, and I'm glad the pastor mentioned that. Because I like both aspects of it. The developer has gone above and beyond trying to accommodate and work with the neighborhood and trying to make this as best as it can be. But I mean, I could also we do have a residence there. Granted, it's a rental, and then we have a parking lot just to the west of it that isn't used and could house another, residence. And we're always looking for infill. And, that's just been something that hasn't been utilized for many, many years. And I was just trying to look for the middle ground here. It's something that, one, we could retain the possibility of having residential on that lot and still give them a little bit more space commercially. So like, that's the only reason I was mentioning maybe moving it up to that 164, maybe just outside the box thinking of that, if they could somehow fit it in there, so that it's not encroaching upon the neighborhood so much. So, but it's probably wishful thinking.
Well, I'll go ahead and, this is a tough one. It really is. I mean, I see the merits of the design that's been presented to us by the applicant. I agree with Commissioner Littlejohn. They've done a really, I think, a good job of trying to present something that would provide some landscaping, walkability, that front facing on the neighborhood. But then as I scroll back on the map and I look at the whole pictures, it concerns me that, we are taking, if this passes, we are taking frontage off of a neighborhood. And I really struggle with that. Looking at a little bit more detailed on the lot lines, the parcel lines, if there is some way that the project could capture just part of those lots in order to fulfill their needs with their drive-through, that would be the best of both worlds. And I don't know if that's possible at all. But at this time, just looking at the whole picture and listening to both parties, right now I'm inclined not to approve it because of the neighborhood situation.
Any other comments or discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Finkeldye, what you got?
Well, infill development is always hard. Infill development is difficult. And, as we sit here and think about a new development code that's coming along and Plan 2040 and the idea that we want more infill development, I think, this is a project that pushes up against that. I was on the Planning Commission for 6 years and I never saw an infill development project that was easy because it's always a source of compromise. So, no question, I understand what the neighbors are saying, and I also see the benefits of the project, and so it is, as Vice Mayor Lawson said, a difficult situation. I do think it is more difficult not to have the site plan at the same time as the rezoning. And so we don't have that to look at the same time, and know for sure what we're voting on and know for sure how it works. I look at that site plan, and again, one of the reasons I asked the question is, looks like a lot of parking that if you got rid of some of the parking, you might be able to move that, drive through closer into a different location. I will say, I live very close to 9th and Iowa, close to a Scooters and soon to be a second Scooters and to a Quick Trip. And, they'll, and these neighbors, most of these neighbors back up, or one side of the 22nd Street backs out already to a commercial zone. So certainly I understand the issues related to having commercial back up to residential. It's up and down 9th Street, it's up and down Iowa Street. It is something that, always you have that conflict point. So I'm waiting to hear what the others say, but I do think it's a tough situation. I'd like to have the site plan along at the same time.
Yeah, I would agree that that would be real helpful, but I understand the limitations of what we're doing tonight at the same time. And I just want to repeat, I do think it's a good project. I really do. But it's, yeah.
So I have a quick question. Commissioner Finkel brought up an excellent point that I wanted to make, but was still collecting my thoughts on this. Commissioner Finkel mentioned being able to have the site plan when there is an action item in regards to a rezoning. So I guess my question to the commission and to staff, is there, and I don't want to use the word precedence because we've used it a lot this evening, is there a standard or any other municipal process where site plans are provided at the time of actions for votes for rezoning? I don't necessarily need an answer this evening, but I think that is a policy question for us to think about. If that is very instrumental to the process, especially as we are taking on redeveloping our land development code. I'm sorry, it is hot in here, and I thought it was just me, but I've noticed other people fanning, so I'm going to fan here because I'm hot. But I think that is a policy piece or a procedure piece that we need to look at as far as the process of voting on rezoning of parcels and plots. So I'm glad Commissioner Finkel that I brought that up because that's what I was thinking about in regards to this whole entire process and further educating myself on the planning process and how the role that the Planning Commission plays in this. We've talked a lot about precedents tonight, and I can see the impact of that. And you know, I've looked at the schematics and the GIS of how different commercial properties on 23rd Street align with residential properties, and took some time to look at that. And I think the idea of precedence means that commissioners will kowtow to what is presented to us. And I would like to think that, you know, we are all 5 individual minds up here. And so while there may be a motion to move on one particular item, that doesn't necessarily set a precedence. And I just using that word can be very dangerous sometimes. And it can also be, you know, a dog whistle. And so I don't want us to start using that word in a negative way, because then that diminishes our ability to reimagine what we could have. So I think I echo everyone's sentiments. This is tough. It's made even tougher since it has to have a vote of 4, which I know most commissioners probably don't want. But you know, these are the tough decisions and difficult decisions that we have to make, and that we put plans in place, and that it's based on our judgment and review of what's presented before us, what's given to us by staff, and to use our better judgment and connections with the community to make those decisions. So that's my piece, and I'm ready to vote whenever the commission is.
All right. In that case, are there any motions?
I move to approve the request to rezone Z 22-00049, approximately 0.52 acres from RS7 district to CS district located at 803 and 809 West 22nd Terrace, based on the findings presented in the staff report and adopted on first reading ordinance number 9912.
Do I hear a second?
Commissioner Finkel, second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay, nay. That does not pass 3-2.
As I said before, I do appreciate the plan. It is really difficult. If there was any sort of middle ground that could be had that could meet up to that 164 mark, or, you know, around there, that we could pocket that commercial development in there and still retain the possibility for residential up above, so you can maintain the integrity of the neighborhood, I'm all for it. You got me. So, but Sorry, guys.
I would agree.
Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening and giving us your time. And thank you to the representatives for bringing this forward. What are you saying? Well, oh my God. Let's see if we can clip through item number 2.
Mayor,
Yes.
just we've got about an hour and we've got 4 substantial items.
Yeah.
And there's several consultants that are they didn't fly in from here, but they're on other time zones as well. So if we can, if we're not going to get to some of these items, it'd be good to just cut them loose right now, and we will get them rescheduled. Or if we want to keep on working on some of these, we can do that just realistically.
Looking at these, I wondered if the second item was one that needed movement on, other than number 4, where they were quite pointed about wanting certain, number 1, needing to find a consultant, but number 2, needing to appoint people. So I just want to be sure if we're going to move on to number 2 and do as you suggest, that there's nothing that will suffer if we don't discuss it this evening.
You mean 3 and 5?
Sorry.
Yeah, 3 and 5. I would say we can get rescheduled. We would really like to get number 5 done before we discuss the CIP, which is coming up on the 21st. So next week would be where we're going to really try and get them in. We'll probably prioritize them on the agenda that way.
Okay.
If that's okay.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're doing which ones, 2 and 4?
If we can, but that is just to make sure the people online or here are aware that we're not going to get to your item before 11 o'clock and you're free.
Yep.
Okay. Let's move on to, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No.
Well, if we just go on to number 2, and if we're lucky, okay. Let's move on to number 2, please. Consider authorizing the city manager to execute a land transfer agreement for the donation of 4.64 acre parcel of City of Lawrence owned land located at the southeast corner of K10 and Bob Billings Parkway.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Leah Rosen, the Affordable Housing Administrator, and I am going to pull up a very brief presentation. Give me one moment, please. Okay. Thank you again, Commissioners. I will provide a brief wide lens overview of this request and then invite Nicholas Ward with Tenants to Homeowners to provide additional information and details. Tenants to Homeowners, Inc., who manages the Community Land Trust, is requesting a donation of a 4.64 acre city-owned parcel at the corner of K10 Highway and Bob Billings for an affordable housing development. Tenants to Homeowners owns a parcel directly adjacent to the city land. This map shows both parcels with the Tenants to Homeowners track in orange and the city track in green. And this map is on page 11 on the agenda item packet for your review. The city-owned parcel is currently zoned RS and was purchased by the city in 1993 as a potential location for a new law enforcement center. However, a different was developed for the law enforcement center, and so the city currently doesn't have any designated use for this parcel. Tenants to Homeowners initiated conversation with the city manager regarding the parcel donation in 2020 and have incorporated a commercial node in response to city recommendations. The project was originally supported by the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and the City Commission when awarded Affordable Housing Trust funds in 2020, but the award was ultimately declined due to a change in the original timeline. Tenants to Homeowners continued ongoing conversations with the city regarding the lot and have worked diligently to meet both city goals and community housing goals for this project. Based on the current timeline, infrastructure work will begin in 2024, and tenants to homeowners will require site control of the city parcel in order to begin the next phase of the process, which will include community and neighborhood engagement. This development would directly advance the following city strategic plan goals. SWN 5, it would increase the supply of affordable housing units by 78 additional units, which is a significant impact and helps move us along in creating more of the affordable housing stock we desperately need. It will also decrease the number of people experiencing homelessness, SWN 6. Our main challenge in reducing homelessness and ending chronic homelessness is affordable housing availability. We simply do not have enough rental units that will accept all forms of income, including housing vouchers. Our community has made incredible progress in the last few years in working collaboratively in the continuum of care and the balance of state, and has made a commitment to a housing first model. But the bottleneck is in housing, and this is one additional way we can make progress on SWN 6. Lastly, it's in direct alignment with the strategy for SWN 7 by leveraging resources to develop innovative partnerships and underutilized properties. The proposed development and parcel donation would additionally advance the following goals and objectives of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board by providing new affordable and home ownership units. This is an overview of the affordable housing units that are anticipated to be developed with the city parcel included. The donation of the city parcel would significantly increase the impact of the development and would almost triple the number of units built. All of these details are in your agenda item packet, and I would like to invite Nicholas Ward with Tenants to Homeowners to provide additional details on the development. And I will remain on camera for any questions for commissioners, and I'll stop sharing my screen at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leah. That was a perfectly detailed and very thoughtful presentation. It covers most of the things that I would want to present about the project. Commissioners, thank you for your time and for being up so late. Is there any questions anyone has for me based on the packet that was put together? The newspaper article that came out today, which I just noticed a little bit ago, so I'll have to go get a copy of that, or anything else to do with this request of the 4.64 acre land donation on the west side.
Nothing other than it's awesome. I totally dig it. It's hitting my strike zone. That's what I've been looking for, is that type of mixed development. So I was very pleased to see this plan.
Any other questions or anything for Leah since she's also there? Commissioner Finkeldye, are you good? Nope. Okay.
No questions.
Then let's go ahead and see if there's some public comment. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this item that's in the room? Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
There's no public comment.
All right, good. Let's bring that back to the commission.
I think it's a great project. I'm ready to go with it. Yep. No other comments. I'll make a motion. Anybody?
Okay.
Okay, I authorize the city manager to execute a land transfer agreement with Tenants to Homeowners for a donation of 4.64 acre parcel of City of Lawrence owned land located at plat record ID U15812, PIN 069320300010030.020 to Tenants to Homeowners, the Lawrence Community Land Trust for affordable housing development.
Second. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. That passes 5-0. Okay, now we have 45 minutes left. Is the Ferguson group still here? going, I mean, is their report too long for 45 minutes? Any thoughts?
Let's do number 4 and then see what's left.
Do we have 45 minutes? That seems like a.
Just go ahead and do it since we said we were going to.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks. I'm not sure. I haven't clicked on who the staff member is on that. Oh, Brandon.
Good evening.
Hey, there you are.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Well, I was also anticipating it being somewhat late, so I've got just a pretty short summary. And this item sorry, Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager for the record. The item before you is a proposal, or as I like to refer to it, a project charter that would enact the formation of a work group that would consist of some of our employees, as well as our police review board members and community members. And they would, within this work group, they would evaluate the process by which complaints against police officers are handled and make recommendations for policy and process changes to that complaint process, as well as some specific recommendations about the role of the Community Police Review Board in that process. And so I have attached the project charter to the agenda. I trust that you've all had a chance to read it. I'm happy to respond to any specific questions, or if you'd like, I could walk through it. But I did want to point out in the agenda memo, there are 4 questions that I thought might help to kind of organize the commission's discussion and give the Police Review Board members, as well as Chief Lockhart and myself, who have kind of collaborated with them on this proposal, some specific feedback, so that if the commission is not comfortable approving this tonight, that at least your feedback to those 4 questions will make for a productive conversation when we go back to the board on Thursday and pick this item back up. So I'll leave it open, and I'll kind of take your cue on how deep you would like to get into a review of that, or just answer specific questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Brandon, this is Commissioner Sellers. I do have a couple of questions.
Yes.
I know, and I want to make sure I don't overlap questions that I sent via email, but I know under the public engagement piece, it's that last sentence says with the work group itself, that they'll approach public engagement as a consultative process in reference to IAP2. And I know in the question I asked, is this something that work group participants would be made aware of if they're not familiar with the process of IAP2? And then there was some detail in regards to training, which was a little bit more outside the scope. So I guess I need some clarification as far as the role of the work group in the public engagement piece, or will that come, or do you expect that will come out in the consultant's scope of work?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Well, just to clarify, we're not engaging a consultant in the sense that a consultant would conduct a study and develop recommendations themselves. The Police Review Board members were very specific about that, and they are okay, they are comfortable with a facilitator, but want to keep the ownership of the work and the productivity within the group. So just want to clarify that. And I think I may have misinterpreted your question previously about public engagement. And I know that this topic came up back in January in conversation with the Police Review Board members as well. So we do have several staff members who are trained and certified, myself included, in IAP2 methodology. And so the thought is that we'll provide that technical support to the work group. So we'll be able to give them guidance and advice on how to design a public engagement process and educate them so that they understand the context within the IAP2 methodology. But our recommendation would not be at this point to go ahead and train each of those work group participants, mainly because that will elongate the amount of time required for the work group to complete its work if you go ahead and add 2 weeks potentially of training before they could even start their work. So we'll work with the work group to support them and make sure that the public engagement process is designed using the IAP2 methodology. And we would anticipate that engagement process being characterized as a consultation with the public, as opposed to some of the more heavily involved, I guess, types of public process.
And so in that consultative piece, is the expectation for I guess I'm trying to understand, will the group then set aside with these consultative process a number of individuals to speak with in the community? Because I know when we had discussion, one of my concerns with the draft ordinance that CPRB brought back to us in January was while there was a high level of individuals who participated in the Lawrence Listen Survey, it really didn't break down as to demographics, and there really wasn't an effort to be able to have a saturated, diverse, there wasn't any intentional efforts made to have a saturated, diverse feedback from the community. We couldn't get that from Lawrence Listen. And so I just want to make sure that this consultative process is not going to create a similar problem where we're doing a small sample of a sample, which is not really going to get us to, I want to make sure that the effort put into this and the work is in that the level of engagement is at that same level. So I guess, do you anticipate there being a number of individuals that will be engaged in this consulting or whatnot? So I'm a little stuck on that.
Right. Well, the goals of a consulting process or a consultation process for public engagement is to obtain information, obtain public feedback, and ideation, imagination, envisioning, aspirations, goal setting, that sort of thing. Gain that sort of information to help inform and set the context for the work group's work. And then throughout the work group's project, then to report back at different stages to confirm what was heard, confirm what was learned, and then as the group would start getting towards the development of recommendations, more specific project deliverables, to explain how that public input is reflected in the recommendations that come out of the work group. So I think whatever it would take to get to that point, and one of the key aspects of this project proposal is the City Commission's appointment of 5 additional community members, in addition to those 3 Police Review Board members that the Commission has appointed previously. And so, we would have 8 members of the public, as it's drafted currently, that would be appointed by the City Commission and working on this work group. And I'd like to think that those folks could open a lot of doors, get us into the types of conversations that really need to be had, and done so in a way that they can be had openly and honestly in a safe space. So I think I understand what what you're speaking to in terms of goals for public engagement, Commissioner Sellers, and I think that's kind of what I personally had envisioned, and when we were drafting this, I think that's kind of what the board members were envisioning as well.
Anything else?
So this scope of work, was you worked on this with the Police Review Board, is that correct?
Yes, Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. So we started, and this started after January, when the board members presented their letter to the City Commission. The board members selected 3 of their members to work with Chief Lockhart and I, and start drafting this project proposal, this work group proposal. Once we had a draft that we felt comfortable getting the police review board's feedback on. We took that public to their board meeting, and they spent 2 meetings working through it and revising it based on the dialogue among all 6 board members at the time at that point. So it has all of our fingerprints on it, and it does. I feel that it does represent a consensus recommendation between at least Chief Lockhart, myself, and the board members.
Thank you. One more question. So how will it work as you develop, as you go through the scope of work and you develop some policy or ordinance or whatever it is you're going to come up with? Is that going to be voted on by the entire group? Is that how that's going to, majority vote is what goes?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. I've been involved with some other kind of task force work group projects in the past. And, one specific example that comes to mind, an experience with the Pedestrian Bicycle Issues Task Force. And that is how it worked in that case. It was a kind of an executive summary report that was drafted by the work group and ultimately voted on by the work group. And then the chair and I believe vice chair, the co-chairs ended up presenting that report and those recommendations to the city commission following their final meeting. So yes, I would expect it to be an executive summary report containing recommendations for process policy changes, and that would be voted on and approved by the work group as a whole, and then forwarded on to the police review board and the city commission.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I did have one, a couple. Why were they so particular that it be a local facilitator?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Well, the discussion was more about a facilitator versus a consultant. What they don't want is another third-party consultant study. I think we all agree on that. And so, but they do acknowledge, and I think staff does as well, the need to have an objective facilitator when we have diverse stakeholders working together, trying to come up with some consensus recommendations. So that piece is key. And really, I think the local aspect is more about just the timeliness. There's a real sense of urgency. Obviously, the Police Review Board has been working on this topic for a couple of years now. And we would like to get something, I think, everybody involved, Police Review Board, city employees would like to kind of bring this to a close as expediently as possible. And the thought was, if we're scheduling around a facilitator's travel schedule where they may have other clients, that's going to delay and then just add additional cost to a project, cost and timeline that we're really trying to get done within about a 4-month window.
Well, that kind of leads into my next question, because they were also trying to be adamant that they get these appointments as soon as possible, and I just didn't know how long it would take you to get to find a facilitator, local or not. I'm out here on the hustle for people on 48 boards and commissions. I can tell you it ain't no love shack. So I don't know if other commissioners are already thinking about who we could find that we know or suspect we know who might be interested in this. So maybe if I had an idea how long it might take you to find a facilitator, I'd know I had 1 or 2 weeks to find someone.
Yeah, Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. We have put some feelers out just to make sure that that is something that we could actually deliver if we make that recommendation for a facilitator. And I do know that there is some interest within the region. And so I think we could probably have somebody under contract easily within a month. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, so I'll just leave it at that time frame.
Any other questions? All right, let's make sure there's no public comment.
You knew I'd come up here, Mayor Shipley. Okay. Community Police Review Board. Brandon, you said we've been working on this for about 2 years. We're about to have another task group come back with some more recommendations. We had a Citygate study that came with a lot of recommendations. And they identified the trust issues. You guys are going to have another working group come with recommendations. I brought 2 different citizens in here to you guys, and I've sent it to you in video. Has any of you even asked OPA about those? You guys want to talk about the CPRB, what they can do. We've had them hamstrung for the last couple of years. But did any of you guys even contact anybody at the police department and ask them about these people that I've showed you getting beat up? So how much do we really care about the CPRB? We've had it mired in process. Jane Gibson resigned. I think she'd be a hell of a facilitator. At least we know she wouldn't be bought and paid for by the LPD. But now instead of having the Police Review Board doing their work, we're going to include the chief of police, a couple people from the police union. How many other police officers are we exactly going to include into this? They're the problem, guys. They're the reason that I came in here so pissed off earlier. Was because I've been battling with these people for 1.5 years, trying to get some accountability. I come from the bottom up. I come inside the department from the bottom up, from the street level police. I talk to the sergeants. They all know what I'm doing. I come from the bottom up to the OPA process. They exonerate everything. Our acting chief was participating in it. Our new chief wants to just look forward. So I came out and I come back in from the top down. I go to commissioners and I find out that it would be inappropriate for them to get involved with the day-to-day employment of certain police officers. They say that's more of why they hire the city manager. So I go to Craig, and I'm sorry, Craig, but you're the consummate bureaucrat. You just keep chugging along. That's what you told me. We constantly keep trusting these department heads to do what they're not doing. So there's no accountability from the bottom up. There's no accountability from the top down. The chief wants to move ahead, and we've kept the CPRB mired in process while people keep getting beat up. Last week, I was over here at the court and watched the guy that got thrown off his porch, assaulted by the police. They stalked his house. I talked to y'all about this several times. He pled guilty to interference with a police officer. That's a secondary charge, guys.
Time.
That's how our justice system works here. So the CPRB task force work group, any of you got the nuts to put me on that task force? Have a good night.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment? No. Is there anyone online who has public comment on this item?
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I was gonna say, I hope you do put Michael on the board. Okay, here's the thing. We are, some of us who are critical about how the criminal justice system works are against all these cops being on this board. So if we're gonna have something about the cops being on the board, I want a citizen who knows their tricks and is gonna call them out on their BS. So I would 100% like Michael to be on the board. Also, I don't know who all counts as a minority, but I think poor people should count. And also, I think I would like people who have been through the criminal justice system to be on this board or whatever. Like someone like, we need someone who's gonna not just cave to the police. So I was thinking maybe like someone who's been in here before bitching about things. I forget what her name is. I think she was from Sisters with a Purpose, someone like that. Someone who's actually gonna be critical on the police. So I just hope if you all go through with this, that you actually put people on the board that's not just gonna go along with whatever the police union tells them to. Thank you.
Any other public comment online?
That's all the public comment there.
All right, let's bring it back to the commission. Any further discussion, comments, or anything about the 4 kind of questions Brandon has here for us?
I did have one more question for Brandon, if that's okay. Brandon, I noticed that you are proposing to have 2 members of LPOA as well as 2 members out of the chief's department. Whereas the Citygate report only indicated that 1 representative of each of those should be on that board. Is there a reason why you doubled up on that?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. The main reason is just to make sure that we can have some redundancy. So if there's a scheduling conflict, if somebody has a vacation or some sort of work travel, that there's a second that can still attend the meeting and represent that particular group of stakeholders.
But they'll have a vote, won't they? All 4 of them?
Yes. Okay. Yes, although the goal is to work towards consensus recommendations, not so much. I feel like if the work group forwards recommendations that are advanced on a split vote, that's not going to be ideal. It's the whole reason why we're proposing a collaborative process.
Any further questions or comments on?
I'll make a quick comment. Comment because it's getting late. As far as the community members, I know it has in the charter for each commissioner to nominate 1 particular person, and just looking at when I reviewed other communities that have recently revamped their community police or citizens review board, there was more of an emphasis put on individuals from certain groups, whether we want to say BIPOC organizations, faith-based leaders, someone that has, extensive knowledge around civil rights, because I know we have individuals in our community that do that, that have that. So I just wanted to bring that up for discussion more for commissioners, not to too much change the scope of the membership within the charter, because I have no qualms with that, but just to have us think in those aspects when deciding on someone to sit on the community review board. I've shared this story a couple of times, and I'll be brief, I promise. I was in Louisville, Kentucky the night that I was actually 2 blocks away from where Breonna Taylor was murdered. And I was very intentional because of the relationship that I had garnered while I was there with individuals on their Human Rights Commission that had relationships with local city council members. And I tracked their process. I tracked their pathway to getting to where they are now with their civilian review board. And I'm glad we've gotten to this point here. The pushback that I had in regards to the draft ordinance with CPRB and the recommendations from Citygate is because we were looking at those those 2 policy pieces in 2 separate lenses when they needed to be looked at together. They relate to each other. They have relationships with each other. And so it made sense from a work group perspective to bring those 2 together so that they understand the system that they relate to. So I'm glad that we're seeing that and that this work group has the potential to convene individuals together that were highlighted in the Citygate report that may have some trust issues, relational issues, that we get to a point that we have what it is in a community police review board that the community believes that we should have. And this is the first step to getting us there. And so I'm glad that the groups have made we're able to compromise on this. I watched the meetings. The slip of saying consulted, I have even in my notes to say facilitator. So that was my fault, Brandon. I apologize. But I'm glad we are at this place. because this process churned for 20 years in Louisville. This process churned for many years in Minneapolis, and it's churned for many years in a lot of communities that have a higher BIPOC population than we do. So we have folks who are committed to doing the work, but they're committed to doing the work right. And I feel like this is the first step to us doing this right and bringing a group together that can truly shape the system and process around police accountability, how we review incidences, and giving citizens that feeling, that sense of safe and secure that they truly believe that we have here in Lawrence. So thank you for bringing this to us on the agenda to vote on.
I just want to add one more thing on the facilitator part. I think it's vital, I think, that we get a facilitator that actually is trained to do this work, to facilitate, to mediate, because I think it will make a huge difference on how well we can bring all the work group together to come to the consensus that we want to work towards. So I would strongly, again, recommend an actually trained facilitator.
Any other comments?
Motion.
Go for it.
Approve and authorize the mayor to sign the Citizen Police Oversight Work Group Project Charter, which will initiate the formation of the work group and authorize the outlined scope of work.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. All right, that brings us to commission items. Does anyone have commission items?
Just got one real quick thing. We got on Friday night at 7 o'clock on the west side of the city hall, we're going to have the commemoration of the marker that was put in place to commemorate the lynchings that occurred in the 1800s, and kind of brings kind of a 2-year process to kind of a close, and that we've worked towards this very moment and the marker has been set. Thanks to Parks and Rec and everybody else who has helped out. But we will have a program that will be about an hour long with several speakers to do that unveiling.
Anything else? You got something?
No, because I didn't catch this last meeting. I'm just bummed that I'm not going to be here for the joint city-county meeting.
Boo.
Well, I'm pretty sure I told someone I wasn't going to be.
Probably have it in my calendar.
Just saying.
That brings us to the city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. The only item on there is future agenda work session items, which is growing in importance as a document. So we will likely reschedule one of the items that we weren't able to get to tonight to next week to add to the June 14th meeting, and then just try and manage those best we can. And always happy to have any input from you all on things that you see troublesome as far as just scheduling all the work. We've got budget stuff that's going to come into this as well, so lots of meeting time ahead.
Where did we reschedule Brett's presentation? I feel like we've missed two. We missed the economic development report and her outcome. Oh, wait, July 19th is.
Yeah, it'll be back in July. This is Diane Stoddard.
Thanks, Diane.
You're still up? What? I wouldn't be up.
But she was supposed to she was supposed to do a presentation on the economic development report. We never circled back to that, did we?
This is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I think we had that appear on your consent agenda item one evening, but if there's a desire to have that be a presentation, we would be happy to get that scheduled.
No, well, in the fear of getting some side eye from my commissioners, I would yield making such requests.
The city manager's report is a public comment item. Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online?
Chris Flowers.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I saw that tobacco 21 is now TBD, but earlier some of the people seemed to, I thought it was scheduled for June at one point. So I was just wondering what's going on with that. And if you all aren't sure about it, that you should schedule it till September, because it is something that's targeting 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. And so if you're going to be passing something that's targeting them, I think you should be doing it in a month when they're here and not out of town for the break. Thank you.
Okay. Any calendar items? Nope, not seeing anything. All right.
Move to adjourn. Second.
First and second, all those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone.
I better pass 5-0.